1-1. Swinging a drive, well-hit ball deep at into left center field. Ward going back on this one. He looks up and it's gone. Danny Jansen with his first home run as a Texas Ranger. It is a 3-run blast. Texas now on top 7-3.
Give me my money. Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition. What?
I said we were done with Drake Toll. I wanted to listen to him some more.
Bobby, don't take me down this road. It's your second day back. I already had a post-show phone call. I see the fan text. I'm going to closely monitor the situation. Peyton Russell is being criticized and rewarded for having more power and control at the station for 5:30 to 6. We're not going to get into it. We're going to talk about the Texas Rangers.
I'll be in Charlotte in a few months anyway, Sean.
That's right. Things are going too well on the diamond as the clinching home run was hit. Packed Hump Day edition, by the way, of Sean and RJ. You already know Bobby is here. We got Peyton and Aiden here at 6 o'clock.
I know.
Running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Danny Jansen with the 3-run homer that ended things last night on this radio station. They hang on. It wasn't that much of a hang-on, but Baltimore with some runs in the 9th inning. The Rangers with another win, their 4th straight, and their best start since 2012.
Man, really, they didn't have they weren't 4-1 when they won the World Series. They started 3-0. Yeah, that's interesting.
No, it just means they lost 2 of the next 3.
I guess I was surprised when they brought Chris Martin out in an 8-3 game. I was like, okay, I wasn't sure who they were going to bring out. I had no idea. It was a 5-run game. Wasn't sure who they're going to bring out. And it shows that they decided they figured we'd have no idea if we could even keep this lead, even though they've got the best bullpen ERA in the sport going into last night. They continue to roll. The offense is clicking on all cylinders. It's fun. And Brandon Nimmo, we talked about the jersey. What jersey are you getting?
Man.
It's a Brandon Nimmo jersey, boys and girls.
Dude.
That is the jersey. If you're not going to get a Wyatt Langford jersey, the Brandon Nimmo jersey is the one to get.
He's defining the word catalyst right now.
Yeah.
It just feels like for anything they need, whether it's a grinded out at bat, doing something on the base pass, a big hit here and there, Brandon Nimmo is winning out big over Marcus Semien and those memories, hitting 364 at the top of the lineup.
Yeah, he's been really, really good. It's obviously been early on, him and Berger. Now, Berger yesterday had all those strikeouts. He went, 1 for 5 or whatever he did. But, Nimmo's been, the best offensive player that they've had so far in terms of just, to me, consistency and, getting the lineup going. But you never cheer for injury. But I was glad to see Zach Eflin get out last night after we talked about how that guy doesn't really miss many bats.
Yeah.
And then he goes out there and he's just striking everybody out in the first 4 innings.
This was a lead, tie. Rangers lead, give it back. Lead again, and then Danny Jansen said, enough. I'm going to make this a 4-run game. Zeke Duran, I thought, Bobby, you were going to talk about, injury and Josh Young missing. He's not out right now because he's hurt, but Zeke giving you some pop at third base. He had no home runs last year.
Yeah, last time he homered, Jermon McCoy was playing football for Tennessee.
Stop it.
276 at bats. Hey, we're going to have the Jermon McCoy battle at 6:20. Brian Broaddus put me on some film, put me on some tape. Degrom striking out the side in the 3rd. Eflin gets hurt in the 4th. Pete Alonso ties it. I needed him for my other parlay to go ahead and strike out. I think he eventually gave me that. And then Wyatt with the RBI triple to give the Rangers the lead again, scoring Nimmo, 2nd hit for Wyatt, and then Corey Seager giving them some padding at 3-1.
And that was so, even that Wyatt triple last night, it's like when you watch it, it's off the bat, I'm like, oh, okay, a nice base hit, a nice single and then he flies around the bases, and Nimmo can run. And I know Bassett was talking about at the time, just like those two are so fast. They can get motoring around the bases where just a simple seeming base hit to right field, all of a sudden Wyatt's standing at 3rd.
877-881-1053 for your early season Ranger excitement on the Franklin Frankel text line. It's 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Degrom gets chased by Gunnar Henderson's 2-run double that ends up tying it. And then Cole Winn coming in relief, striking out Alonso. Big situation, big moment. Baltimore had a man on second. Nimmo again in the 6th with a 2-out single, driving in Evan Carter. Evan Carter got on with a double. So nice early season signs from him. And then you get Jansen and whatever Chris Martin gave up.
And a walk for Carter. So he's been getting on base at a pretty decent clip early on. And, with Degrom, I mean, he hadn't thrown in 10 days. He was supposed to throw a couple of days ago. We talked about that. I guess it was on Sundays to throw. And we talked about that. We talked about Monday when you were out about, just lie to me. Don't tell me he had a stiff neck. Just tell me he had the flu.
You're kidding. He was hurt.
Yeah, just lie. I don't need to hear the stiff neck.
I will say.
Elbow, fine. Stiff neck, come on. But, coming back 10 days, you may not be the sharpest you're going to be.
You prefer hearing the elbow.
I prefer you lie to me and say his elbow was bothering him
I
today.
wake up with a stiff neck every morning. That's not that big a deal.
Yeah,
I'd rather hear that than the elbow.
When you're 40 plus, I understand the stiff neck. When I'm 20, it's like, suck it up. What are you doing?
Suck it up, buttercup, right? Yeah.
An ailment or a sore does not land when you're 20 and when you're early 30s.
It does not
when
land.
When you're 40, mid-40s, it's like, I understand how you slipped in the shower.
Just throw the old bubble guts at me. Say, look, he's got diarrhea. He can't go out there and throw today.
But I do not want to hear elbow over stiff neck.
I know we fought about it at one point last season, and last night was just another reminder to me, though. You can't put him in the same ballpark as Scooble, Chop.
Oh my God!
No,
did I put him in the same?
No, I'm gonna look. I'm losing the offensive battle early. I can't. We can circle back to that. So I've got to circle back to that. Degrom is a
hot take.
No, I'm saying that when you watch it, not just the Scooble thing. I mean, I'm saying the Scooble thing is a bit.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you what. Scooble's a better pitcher. Jake Degrom would not have taken himself out of the ALCS or ALDS after 99 pitches.
No, he would have taken himself out.
Jake Degrom would have said, "I'm going to keep going."
He would have taken himself
because
out.
He's not looking for his $400 million contract. Jake Degrom, if he was offered to play the WBC, would have pitched in the knockout round, and not because I'm worried about my elbow.
I'm saying that's
no one is trying to say he's Scooble. That's where you.
Chop tried to say that last July, but yeah. We had a whole fight about it.
What did I say?
You said that he was Scooble. You said he should be the Cy Young over Scooble. See now he has
but July. It's July. It's not, the season's not over.
My point is, I think that's the pitcher that he is now. Is the pitcher we saw last night. I think that's generally who he is. Who's like, yeah, he'll miss some bats, but I think that to me is I feel better about Evaldi. I probably feel better about more consistently every week, potentially at this point with Gore.
Yeah, it's
April 1st, Sean.
Yeah. I missed you last week. And you got to be a jackass 7 minutes in. You should be hosting 5:30 to 6.
No, that's Drake Toll's time, guys.
Yeah, so, I mean, lesson, kids, and lesson, men. If you're losing an early argument, you pick another fight in the house to try to have your ego come out on top.
Yeah.
Brett Boone will join us at
Sean.
9 o'clock to go ahead. Just shut up. Just shut up, and you don't even have to talk during this next segment either.
Ben trying to get around Axborough, 18. The Bruins hammer it around. Robertson had it, lost it. Arvidsson shoots. He scores! Throw him if you got him. It's a hat trick for Victor Arvidsson.
Victor Arvidsson on Bruins TV scoring a hat trick for the Massholes. 4 goals in the third period to pull away for a 6-3 win over the Stars. This game was tied at 2, but Arvidsson beat Ottinger with a wrist shot just 13 seconds into the third period to take the lead, and then Boston had 2 empty nets in the third.
Man, Boston's no slouch, but they're a solid team. They would be the third best team in the West.
Well, they have 40-plus wins?
Yeah, they'd be the third best team in the West, tied with Minnesota from a points perspective. And they're like 6th in the East. It's just the East is such a monster this year. There's no shame in losing to Boston, but the problem is you've really scuffled. You've lost,
a bad road trip.
Yeah, you've only won 3 of your last 10. Yeah, you got a couple of overtimes, and you got 5 actual losses in there. You've only actually, won 3 of your last 10 games. That's not a good way to get in the postseason. This team, we usually say they need the All-Star break. They need a couple of days off. This team needs the playoffs to start. They're just not there right now.
I will actually go to Bobby for that stupid website.
33%, Sean, for the Stars yesterday.
They got.
I mean, it was 2-0.
Boston really put it to them. I mean, Boston's a good team, but again, like you just have not played good hockey over the last couple of weeks.
Now, Spittle does point out you have 6 forwards out.
Yeah,
including Hintz and Steele and Sagan.
Yep.
I mean, you add 3 more to the list. They finished the 4-game East Coast road trip at 1-2-1. They return home tomorrow to face off against Winnipeg.
Would you like to know their current ranking in the Money Puck NHL Power Rankings, which are updated every day with the probability to win against any team in any given night?
Yeah.
4th?
Lower.
6th?
6th, got it. Yep, they are 6th. They are behind Vegas, Tampa. Who else are they behind here? They're behind Vegas, Tampa, Colorado,
Vegas,
Carolina, and then, I don't know, some blue logo with a couple swords.
Buffalo. How about Vegas firing their coach with 7 games to go?
Yeah. Dude, John Tortorella.
9 lives.
He is your 115 sitting at the end of the bar.
Yeah.
Overweight in a mini skirt.
He is. And he is perfect.
This is 24th year coaching.
He is perfect.
They can't get rid of this guy.
No, they can't, but he is perfect for a 7-game season. He will wear on you just enough to get your mind right.
Yeah.
And it would not
call it in DeBoer.
Yeah, it would not surprise me if they go on a decent little run and they make the West Finals and they'll play whoever comes out of the Stars division. But yeah, it would not surprise because they're a good team. They're a good team, and Cassidy just. I don't know if he lost it or they were just their expectations are so high there in Vegas.
They said that they lost some of their spark. Mark Stone said, I think the locker room had gone a little bit stale. We were not playing with the same emotion that we normally do. So, yeah, this is season 24 for Tortorella. He was not in the league this year. It was an assistant for the U.S. at the Milan Cortina Olympics where they won gold.
They did?
I guess. We're just winning gold everywhere.
They won the gold, baby.
On the ice.
Right. We're going to do so much winning. He was right.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total that stands for turn it on, leave it on. So what do you go in there and game plan? Like, he's still trying to learn names.
Oh, Torts?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great
you
question.
Learn their system and just, I mean, what do you do?
Sevi told us last year when they made the trade for Miko, he goes, all these hockey systems are the same. Basically, there's not really much difference. So maybe it's just he just goes in there and just manages the bench, gets them pumped, gets them on track, mentally on track. I don't think he can make any wholesale change with 7-8 games to go. He's got to go in there and just kind of get everybody playing together.
Yeah, it's like when people wanted to fire Matt Eberflus in the middle of the season. It's not like you're expecting to put somebody in there to all of a sudden, like, all right, bring me a Vic Fangio scheme. You're bringing them in there just going like, let's hope this dude just gets them to play harder.
So, maybe. I think they got some injuries too. They're a decent team, but they're not near what Colorado is. It's still going to run through Colorado.
Why is Mark Cuban detonating Jason Kidd? The pain of hearing Troy Aikman rooting for the Miami Dolphins. Former Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone will join us at 9 o'clock this morning. Another update from Tiger Woods himself will also chop it up in a Busch ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock expressway. But Jerry Jones took the microphone yesterday at the owners' meetings. Does he want to go through Micah 2.0 with David Mulugheta and George Pickens' agent all over again? Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys after this.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the Personal and Jewelers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-317-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Jerry Jones got the mic yesterday at the owners' meetings in Arizona. Did you see the old coach drink gathering? I didn't know that was a thing.
I didn't either.
I don't recall getting footage before, but Jay Glazer, I guess, where's Adam Schefter doing that? Jay Glazer gets as many coaches together as possible. I think there were only 3 missing to drink throughout the entire day. And it was just really interesting to see who was sitting next to each other and who was glaring at the camera. What is this for? What is this? Looked like Dan Campbell was glaring at him. And I think Nick Sirianni had the audio of who is this? Who are you talking to? What is this for? But I saw Shoddy there.
Yep.
I did not see McCarthy. I'm not saying McCarthy was not there. I just didn't
must
see
have
him.
meant Shoddy and Kellen were there if McCarthy wasn't there.
Sean, I didn't see Kellen in the shot. Sean Payton was holding court. Saw Kyle Shanahan. I saw Sean McVay. Cool little video put together by Glazer for the end. Because I was like, what are the coaches doing there? What is the point?
They had a meeting before the picture. I know that, right? They had a coaches meeting before the picture that Monk had skipped. And that's why he missed the haircut, because he didn't know they got done early. That's why he missed the picture, because he didn't know they got done early.
The Browns coach was apparently getting a haircut for the picture. Not a great feeling if I'm a Browns fan from an organizational standpoint. He couldn't get the haircut timing right for the picture, and he ended up missing the picture.
I can't with Glazer sometimes. A little
you and Ryan Leaf.
I put this on myself. I got this fraternity of coaches started, but I can't sometimes.
Sean McVay picking up the bill last year. Not
Put
sure
on this patch. You don't need ADD meds.
Man,
This is
second day, letting it all out from vacation. With the 10 days packaged up with the Bobby Belt thoughts and feelings. Jerry got the mic, and he was asked by the media, did you bust the budget this offseason?
We've been aggressive. We have, relatively speaking, we've stepped up the financial requirements for what we have done. We may have exceeded, busted, whatever you want to call it, but we got some more, and so we're not through.
We got some more, and we're not through. So
It's accurate.
Yeah, they're not through. They're
it's
not
technically accurate.
technically
Yeah.
No, I mean he didn't say we absolutely busted the budget. He's accurate. He's we exceeded what we normally have done.
And he would come on here
and
he would come on here in an interview and say, "Yeah, we busted the budget."
He'd probably with us say it a little more hell yeah, we busted the budget. In fact, I'd say we spent more money than any team in the last decade has spent, is what he would tell us. But it's exactly. He would find a technicality, but that's his thing. He's the salesman, but he said it. They spent more than they normally do. That's basically what they did.
I think he spent less on this year's roster than Indiana is going to spend.
The Hoosiers?
Yeah.
They spending big?
They always spend big, right? That's the last couple of years. They just spent big. They had the largest college basketball budget of any team.
Mike Garafolo kind of started this. I know that Mike Fisher's obsession with Mike Florio is going to blame Florio, which we'll get to here in just a second. But Mike Garafolo took this answer on a George Pickens and agent update, David Mulligetta, Micah Parsons, and turned into a national headline. This is Jerry. Do you anticipate getting something done with GP before this July 15th deadline?
I don't know. The franchise tag has an automatic time frame on it, and all of us will, and it's my plan and our thought that we'll all be working within the time frame of the conditions of the franchise tag. So it should play itself out, is the best way for me to say it. Make no mistake about it, we have long-term plans in mind for Pickens.
Make no mistake about it, we have long-term plans in mind. He also did confirm they have not started negotiations. They have not had talks. And Mike Garafolo, NFL Network, I didn't see audio or video of this. He tweeted, I asked Jerry if Pickens has said he wants negotiations to go through his agent. Jerry said he's talked to agents over the years. He has no issue doing that. But, quote, if he worked without an agent, he'd save a lot of money with me. So now we're going down the possible path of Micah 2.0 in terms of Jerry maybe just wanting to talk with George straight up without David Mulugheta again. Mike Florio takes that, ProFootballTalk.com, and turns that into the headline of Jerry Jones tries to get George Pickens to ditch his agent.
Settle down just a little bit.
Jerry is at it again. He has a history of trying to negotiate directly with players. We know what happened with Micah this year, trying to get franchise-tagged receiver George Pickens to go at it alone. Pickens surely won't be falling for that one. Jerry knows it's easier to squeeze someone who doesn't negotiate contracts for a living into doing a bad deal. And even if Pickens wouldn't have to pay Mulugheta's fee, Mulugheta will get enough, more than enough, to justify his cut. Just look at what Micah got paid in Green Bay. What do you make of the comments, Bobby?
I talked to 3 different people yesterday who all said this is being taken completely out of context. He was joking, like that they say there's not audio of it or whatever, but he was joking in a way that like the whole beat started laughing. Like he was doing it like with kind of a wink, like, oh, you could save a lot of money with me.
That's bad on Garofalo then.
So, yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you just let the Nationals step in and start covering the beat. But, no, it's
now you sound like Fish.
It made it sound like gentlemen. It sounded like it was something where, yeah, as a read, it doesn't read good at all. So, I mean, if it reads that way, that's pretty bad. But I know that people on the beat yesterday were saying, no, he was very obviously kidding. It was he said it at the end as like a joke and like winked at everybody kind of thing.
That's good.
Yeah, it's the same thing if it was like Zeke who it felt like Zeke who, and then like how he does his little
and
grin, and then he winks at you.
Bigger for CD than Micah.
Yeah, and then he laughs, then he waves at you, and then goes like, "All right, guys, I'll see you later." Like it sounds like it was one of those.
Bad context by Garofalo.
Yeah,
if you got 3 different people saying no, he was clearly joking.
He works for ESPN now, so.
Oh, is that official?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's what's out there. So the acquisition, now you're going to get more of the ESPN sort of tweets, I guess.
Jerry.
Tough day for Mike yesterday.
Mike.
All Mikes.
Ruffalo.
Why?
Italy. We had a tough day yesterday. Lost. Didn't make the World Cup. Didn't qualify for the World Cup. Tough day.
Italy's not going to be in the World Cup?
3 straight World Cups they've missed. 3 straight. Could you imagine Team USA missing 3 straight World Cups?
In what?
Soccer?
Yeah,
that doesn't happen, right?
I could maybe miss.
I just can't wait for Italy to come up with a shirt that says baseball country.
Dude. Yeah, when I was playing soccer video games as a kid, it's either Germany, Brazil, Italy.
That was basically. I mean, they have 4 World Cups. They've missed 3 in a row. Baseball country, baby.
Jerry Jones on the Max Crosby deal falling through.
Really, it's pretty simple for me. There's no hidden item there. You've got to pass physical, and so you have to pass physical. And we've never completed an agreement until the player passes the physical. That implies that yours being your doctors, your trainers, everybody involved get to take a look at it. That goes with the territory. So we would have basically looked at the same conditions with the physical. And as you know, we were in on making an offer for him. So he would have come to Dallas, and we'll all just guess what would have happened.
Well, I'll just guess what would have happened if the same thing played out.
That's the answer right there as to them cooling on it, is that he sounds like he agrees with the way the Ravens saw it, almost, of just like, yeah, if you're not going to feel comfortable with the way that medical looks, then walk away from it. And we would have walked away from it similarly. Like, he didn't say those exact words, so I don't want to put words in his mouth, but essentially what he just said was, I would have done the same, I think.
Is this Jerry just trying to keep the worm on the end of the hook when the follow-up question, I think from Nick Harris, was, and I think Jerry was very nice and entertaining with all the questions yesterday, a very pleasant tone. I think he's gaining some actual respect, or he just remembers that Nick ordered that pink drink in front of him. So, because Nick, a couple times, Jerry gave the what? Huh? What's your follow-up? And that can sometimes scare reporters because it can be a little bit intimidating. And Nick stood in there, and Jerry just took the question as if it was coming. From a 40-year pro, would you revisit Max in the summer?
I don't anticipate standing here right now revisiting that situation. I don't anticipate it. Is it possible? Yes.
All right, so there it is. That's him just keeping the worm on the hook.
Yeah, that's no. That means Max Crosby's not coming here. That's what that sounds like.
Oh, you're going to go that far with it?
Yeah, I think he's just, I won't say no to nothing. You don't want to rule out it. It's the whole little
is it like, hey, Raiders, no one's lining up at your door anymore except our second-round pick that can turn into something if we're on the clock or later on?
Yeah, I think it's more he's just saying, well, I don't want to say I've ruled out anything because who knows? But no, not functionally, not the way it stands now. The answer would be no.
Jerry Jones, yesterday at the owners' meetings in Arizona, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Brian Schottenheimer said they can draft pure, but acknowledges the hole in the linebacker room. Jerry on having 0 offseason acquisitions in the middle of his D.
No, we're looking to improve their personnel-wise and are continuing to do so right now before the draft as well as the potential in the draft. So we want to get better there with personnel. We've been trying very much to make some trades. They haven't worked out for us there, but that won't deter us from getting better there.
There you go. He says it. Everything that when we talk about that, they've stopped looking at the free agent market. They're trying to do trades. They just haven't found somebody who's willing to play ball yet. But they're going to acquire a linebacker. They have to. They don't have. You cannot say when Schottenheimer says the other day, well, we're really what we're banking on is a lot of really great performance from Demo, and we're excited about Shamar James. It's like, well, that does not sound like a plan. That sounds like you're going to be praying a lot, and that's not. If you want this to be a 3-year window, if you want to really attack this as we're going to be really competitive, that can't be one of the answers right in the middle of your defense.
Jermod McCoy with the pro day that everybody was waiting for, coming off the ACL tear, not playing last season, runs a 4.38 with a 38-inch vertical jump, 10.7 in the broad at the Tennessee Pro Day.
Oh, baby.
And you were waving the Vols flag yesterday on Twitter.
I had to, right? I had to wave the flag because, now listen, to be brutally honest, I don't care about his straight line speed. I assume that's the first thing to return. I care more about the explosiveness, the cutting.
Yeah.
The football moves. How many times do you run 40 yards on a straight line in a football field? The vertical and the broad jump, to me, were more important. That's an explosive type maneuver. But I still need to see him cut. I still need to see him do those things, and I'm sure he did them yesterday. Just these are the numbers that came out.
This changes nothing for you.
No. Nope, I'm out. And I still don't think it makes a lot of sense for Dallas at 12. I don't think for them they think it makes a lot of sense.
What if I told you?
What if I told you?
Because there's a
it doesn't make a lot of sense just because of the medical.
Yeah,
the window.
Where he his whole situation. I think for them just goes. We're not doing that at 12.
I was tuning into G-Bag yesterday.
Well,
and Brian brought us. He got me hype, and he was spitting fire, and he's in love with Jermod McCoy, and he's like the guy was put on earth with a cornerback body. He was built for it. So I went down a little rabbit hole.
He was in love with Joey Harrington too. Remember that?
Well, you've been in love with you. Were in love
He's got a blind spot. It's quarterbacks. Okay.
I just did that for Chop. I did that joke for Chop because he's always doing it.
And man, it's got me thinking long and hard.
He's a good player. He's a good player.
He looks fantastic.
He's special. No, he's special ability.
Yeah.
If he can put it all together and be a top-tier corner, you'll see. But in terms of just raw ability for the position, he's got special traits.
What % chance do you think that he could play 14 games this year?
I have no idea. That's the whole point. And I can't say I have no idea to somebody I'm picking at 12.
877-881-1053. Let us know if you're siding with Brian Broaddus with that love for Jermod McCoy, who ran the amazing time yesterday at his pro day. Why is Mark Cuban blowing up Jason Kidd to the point that Jason Kidd had to call Mark yesterday? The audio we're talking about next on Sean and RJ.
numbers to him. Doncic, Bryant, and he finally goes over Thomas. You're right. You can't stop it.
Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt.
For now.
Triggering me right now. You are irritating the hell out of me 40 minutes in.
Why? You agree with what I was saying during the break.
Because you're not. Are you out?
What do you mean?
Are you out?
No.
Okay. Have you taken?
I didn't take it today.
All right, well, please do.
Well, it's in the car.
There you go. I knew. I can just be your own physician right here. Let's see. Next commercial break. Maybe the next break, because I can't do this for 3 more hours. 877-881-1053 as Luka Doncic does it again.
Another 40-piece. This is 3 straight games with 40. He's the last 13 games, which is right around the time he spoke to Dave McMenamin or whoever he spoke to at ESPN about his family situation. He is averaging 40 points per game over the last 13, and he just went...
Say that again.
40 points per game over the last 13 games. And he went the last entire month of March. He didn't have a single game where he made fewer than 10 shots.
And I was like, doesn't he make 10 shots every game? But then you read off some 9, 9, 7, 8.
Yeah, he'll have a game in there where he shoots 9 for 23. Like, we remember he used to have random games like that. And so to go an entire month where he makes 10 shots minimum, that's ridiculous.
He had more points. This is from Underdog. By the way, Underdog for all your plays, but they're a great sports update app as well with all the alerts and breaking news. Luka had more points in the month of March than Anthony Davis had his entire time here.
No.
600 to 587. In the month of March, he outscored AD's Maverick career.
It's a forgettable career.
587.
Yeah, but we don't need the defense. We don't need his defensive lackadaisical ability out there.
You saw Rachel Nichols yesterday. Same sort of thing. She's going to be included on Friday. But yeah, Rachel Nichols going like, I refuse to vote for Luka for MVP. You got to play both sides of the ball.
I want all her past MVP votes.
Yeah.
I want all her past MVP votes. I want to know if she voted for Nash over Shaq. I want to know if she voted for Steph. I want to know how many times she voted for someone who was not known for or did not play defense. Because her and Mannix, they've kind of been attacking Luka a little bit. A lot of people, man, as soon as that league-wide attack came out on him,
yeah,
he hit the switch.
Oh yeah,
rage.
It took a lot. It took a lot. You had to get into L.A. That was kicking the pants number one, and then the entire national outrage, even the Laker outrage of just getting upset with him, and then you had the national, and now it's clicked.
Mavericks, by the way, get smoked by Milwaukee in Milwaukee, and they did have Antetokounmpo. Alex, the brother, played 3 minutes, and they still lost by 24. So keep the losing going. But none of that is the main topic right now. This exploded yesterday. At least I went crazy over it. This is that Mark Cuban podcast sit-down, the Intersections Pod. And remember the other day, he came out and put Dumont Adelson on blast, saying, I don't regret selling, I regret who I sold to. Cuban, then for the first time, says Jason Kidd was also behind the Luka deal.
Some people got in their feelings. All I'll tell you is that it wasn't Michael Finley, and you can surmise who else was in the room.
But it had to be personal then, especially when you look at what
I think
Mavericks got for what.
Yeah, for not putting it out there.
Measures, it's a generational player.
Right. I mean, by not putting it out there to get the best possible player,
exactly.
right?
You talk to one club who's basically your friend.
Right, and every other team calls and says, I would have given you 97 draft picks, right, or whatever.
Look at the Mikal Bridges trade.
Right. I mean, 5 number ones, yeah. And but I think there was animosity between our former general manager and some people on Luka's team, his agent and some of the people that worked around them. I don't think they got along. I think there were issues that, J. Kidd had coached with Anthony Davis and was close to him, and Nico was close to AD, right, since he was like 13 years old. And so I think, you talk about confirmation bias. there was some of that as well. But that doesn't justify it for, our coach and our general manager to stand up and trade our best player.
Whoa! He did it not once but twice. Yeah. He danced around in the beginning. You can surmise who else may have been in the room. And then he left zero doubt at the end when he said, not justifiable enough for our head coach and our GM to trade our best player. Mark Cuban throwing Jason right to the Wolves.
Right there. And then, the for the 1% of doubt, okay, so you're just saying he was there. In the room, knew about this. Then you get a yes or no, right? Then you get a definitive yes. I mean, he was there. He was in on it. Because there's a different. To me, it's did you know about it, or did you sign off on it, or did you hey, I want AD? That's part of it too, for me.
Your mind always goes to technicalities.
I'm a big technicality fan. Because I was thinking last night, I was
he signed off.
If my neighbor says, "Hey, I'm going to build a fence between our house," and I just say, okay, whatever you want to do, go ahead and do it. And then he comes back with a chain link fence. I would be like, dude, that's not the same thing.
Yeah.
It could be if he say, hey, if you want to trade Luka, I support it. But then he comes back with that trade. It's bro, whoa.
And Mark went into Jason's, and Nico's relationship with AD from the 13-year-old days to the Laker days. And the only thing that could have been worse for Jason Kidd yesterday was if the Mavericks played here.
Yeah.
Because Friday night is the next home game. And do you know who they're playing on Sunday?
Is it the Los Angeles Lakers?
Ding, ding, ding. Well, they did play last night, and there were Mavs reporters there, and Brad Townsend caught up with Jason, and here's Jason's typical response. When are we going to move on? We have to move forward. We're focused on the present and the future, and we've got an incredible opportunity to build. Kidd also mentioned that he called Cuban after the comments to this podcast. Why is Mark Cuban doing this now? I'll squeeze this in real quick. This is part of my celebrity airport theory. I've always said, our last two celebrity interactions in an airport, I didn't necessarily... It's much easier to go up to someone when you don't know who they are. Yeah. John Quinones, and then... Who's the comedian?
Jimmy Carr.
And I didn't really know. Quinones looked familiar. I had no idea who Jimmy Carr was. I was like, that's Mr. Bean. And so, Cuban is talking... He's done so many podcasts and so many interviews. He didn't go into this with this depth. And I think when you're talking with people who are not really familiar with all the sports topics, which this is a podcast about world issues, critical issues facing America, you're more likely to go into things to explain that to people who aren't as familiar. But there's still, Mark Cuban's no dummy, Bobby. There's still some extra intent here. Why? Why now?
He must have been told he's out. He must have been told that whatever his dream is to be back in charge of basketball operations or whatever, he must have been told he's not getting it. And so he's just like, all right, well, if I'm done, then I'm nuking all of you on the way out.
I'm going to keep my 27% or whatever it is.
Yeah, because remember, he first got asked about the Nico thing, and the only thing he'd say in reply was hashtag MFFL or whatever, go Mavs. Now that he's lighting it all on fire, then... it's clear to me that he's just been told it's no longer what it was.
I heard a whisper that Jason wants to move into that front office role, that he's not long for coaching, and that he wants to make some decisions upstairs. He's not in for the daily grind every single week moving forward. So that would make sense in my mind that Mark wants basketball operations, Jason wants some basketball operations, and Mark didn't get it, and all of a sudden he's like, I regret who I sold to, and Jason Kidd's also a snake.
The Jason response is the worst possible response he could have given. The worst thing. What are we talking about this for still? That's the worst possible response.
I'm done with him.
He should be fired.
He could have handled that in so many better, different ways. No one's ever going to forgive him. But the whole... What are you still worried about this for? What are you worried about this? Stop worried about it.
How would you have answered it?
If I were him?
Yeah.
I guess it depends on what my ultimate. If my goal is to just be a villain.
Well, that's not your goal.
That's not my goal.
No, your goal is to keep your job.
Give
and
us
to
the
not
answer he should give.
He should have honestly, after Cuban said this and outed him, just own up to it. Yeah, I screwed up. We screwed up. Made a decision that we thought was in the best interest. Didn't work out that way. Wouldn't do it again. You say that, no one's ever you're never going to get the 100% of the city to forgive you. There are enough Mav fans out there that want to root for this team again and want everything to be whole again. Now, it's never going to be whole, but you at least were like, all right, you know what? You made a mistake. You owned up to it. Enough people will accept that.
No, not on Luka. They won't.
Absolutely will. I mean, I would accept something.
If Nico could have said, "I screwed up," Nico wasn't saving his job, saying, "I screwed up. I made the wrong decision."
Nico's the GM. He's the ultimate decision maker.
Right, but Cuban's telling you kid was.
Well, the question I have for every Mavs fan on the fan text is like, can you put Jason right next to Nico, or you already kind of knew this, so you've already come to grips with it, or, and what I'm really waiting to see. On Friday night at the AAC, will there be chants?
Fire J-Kid.
J-Kid's too nice.
You can't do kid.
No, it's Jason.
Jason?
Yeah. I was thinking about that already.
Jason's just such a generic name, though.
I think we get it.
Yeah.
Like, I know it is, but I think that's why you would have to. I know J-Kid sounds clunky. But
J-Kid is too, like...
J-Kid. It at least is unique enough that you're like, I'm talking about this friendly. Jason down here.
It's too friendly.
Nico, there was no other Nikos in the arena. So you're like, yeah, we're talking about that guy, clearly.
No. You go to the car.
J-Kid is right on the fan text. Which is the better chant? Fire Jason or fire J-Kid?
It's Jason. You can't go fire J-Kid. That's like a buddy nickname. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like fire Jason. Now... the Mavs fans will probably end up doing fire kid, if they do it at all.
Yeah.
Maybe you already kind of knew, or you're just over it like RJ is. We'll get to it later on. Pepe, what are the Tolos saying?
A lot of the same what Bobby's repeating. At 469, I think that's Kid Muse. Let's start a Fire Jason Kidd chant. 817, why does Mark Cuban keep getting a pass in all of this? 817, we just need to move on from Jason Kidd right now.
Yeah, everybody on here is basically saying, all right, this is the confirmation. Now you get run out of town, which is my opinion. Now that it's confirmed, Jason Kidd needs to be fired.
877-881-1053. Let us know. Can anyone talk me into betting on Kumar Rocker and the Texas Rangers today? Some Rangers Diamond Cavs with the winning streak next on Sean and RJ. But let me go ahead and get you set up with the Tolo team of attorneys.
krld-fm and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 0-1 lifted high into the air, pretty deep left field. Ward going back to the track at the wall. It is gone. A rainbow home run to left for Ezekiel Duran. That's his first since the 2024 season. He's given Texas a 1-0 lead.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 games in a row, scoring 5 or more, baby.
And Tolo Amy, shout out. She's the only one who got my Friday reference to start off the 6 a.m. club with Give Me My Money, as I bet on the Rangers to underdog to win by more than 1.5. Chris Martin scared me for a tiny bit, but that cashed. I got the Josh Young refund, although it looks like that they still paid me something because I had it in a parlay with the Rangers winning and Pete Alonso. But Josh Young did not play yesterday. Sandler, when I texted, I said, what do you think? Should I bet on Josh to finally get a hit or just go ahead and strike out? And he goes, I don't know that he's playing. And Jared was right. Hours before the game right here on 105.3 The Fan is his replacement. Zeke Duran goes yard on the home of the Rangers.
So if you bet on over 1.5 hits, and then he pinch hits at the end of the game, would that be taken off the board?
I don't know.
Do you have to have enough opportunities to hit the 2 hits or something?
I was scared he was going to pinch hit. And
I would just be worried to do baseball ever because of stuff like that.
That would suck.
I should alleviate your concerns because I'm rolling in it right now. And I did say,
listen, if they had real quick, if they had Jock Peterson out there, if you had Jock,
unfortunately,
they should have given you your money back because he didn't really play either. I mean, he was there, but he didn't really play.
Man, some of these Ranger diehards, you guys are annoying. You are annoying. Oh, Jock just hit a ball 100 miles an hour with the line out to left.
Yes, the line out to left. He hit a sack fly. Oh well. He had a sack fly. Well, let me take my pants off.
How long can Chris Young stay with that? How long can they stay with Jock Peterson? It's just a waste of an at-bat. Him and Josh are 0 for 8s pretty much every night.
Yeah, what is it? So what is Jock up to now? Jock's up to 0 for...
Jock doesn't have the at-bats.
But 0 for what, 7?
Yeah.
Something like that? So, him and Josh combined are then 0 for 24 to start the season. That's pretty brutal. Yeah, 0 for 8, so they're 0 for 24.
So we'll see how long it lasts, but Jacob Degrom was out there. It was a bad ending for Jake. Rangers bullpen coming in before Chris Martin allows the 4th hit to Ward, who drove in 2 to make it 8-5. But Brandon Nimmo, Zeke Duran, Wyatt Langford, Evan Carter, Corey Seager, all stepping up for the Rangers' best start since 2012.
And the Nimmo deal is looking great. By the way, people are saying you got to have 2 plate appearances to qualify.
Okay. All
right. But the Nimmo deal is looking amazing. Marcus Semien, I mean, he's just bumming it up for the Mets.
Is he?
I mean, I looked yesterday, he was batting like 140. Now, it's 4 games in. You go into a slump. I mean, you start the year
125.
Oh, well, you start the year in a 1 for 10. It's like, all right, you're gonna take a minute.
Well, he's 0 for his last 11. He had 2 hits on opening day.
Well, look at that coming to play. Big game, Marcus.
Can't measure heart though.
Can't measure heart.
Hey, we shouldn't be too disrespectful. We did get a ring with him, and he wasn't not part of it.
Yeah, he was a big part of it. He was good. But the last couple of years, he was a liability. He was a liability out there the last 2 years. So this is going to go down as the trade of the year.
Ooh, all right. Can anyone legitimately talk me? I said I was going to let it ride and ride the winning streak. Can anyone talk me into betting on Rocker's start today?
Sure, because Evaldi started.
What? Evaldi started?
Yeah, I can talk you into the Rocker start. Absolutely.
Oh, it's Nate?
Yeah, it's Nate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because yesterday I was getting tweets saying, what about Rocker? Are you going to let it ride on Kumar? Okay, yeah. All right, bet's in.
Bet's in.
Bet's in.
Make it, baby. Let's go.
50 more?
Do it.
Or up it.
Now, the Rogers is...
What's the bet exactly? Just to win outright?
Well, it's minus 105 outright. And then that's not going to give me as good odds as betting on the 1.5 again. That they have to win by. That's dangerous to have to win by 2 or more. That's plus 150.
I'm going to join you. I'm going to bet on them right now.
There we go.
There you go.
Or I can just go ahead and bet on Nate. If I bet $75, I'd win 147.
75. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the Rodgers is a pretty decent pitcher for Baltimore. He's one of their better young arms.
Not against his offense.
And they're technically a favorite in the game. The Orioles are. Technically, they're minus 115. Rangers are minus 105.
All right, easy then. I'll just bet the.
If you bet the money line, it's what's it say there? Because ESPN's got it minus 105, which I think they use.
Rangers minus 105, Orioles minus 122.
All right, so you're basically getting even money on the Rangers.
Can't tell who I'm betting on because of this computer screen.
Oh, you didn't get a new computer?
No, I tried yesterday.
So in order to win $50, you have to bet $52.50. Chop, bet $52.50, you win $50.
Chop did not give me his Costco card yesterday, so I wasn't able to go. But I went to the regular store, and all the laptops seemed like they were $200 overpriced. So I'm shopping now.
All right, we can just go. Come with me. Just go.
You didn't take me yesterday. You went, I got to cut a spot, and you left.
Well, we can go today.
No, you didn't go.
Yeah, I didn't go either.
All right, empty promises all over the place. All right, well, you talked me into it quickly.
Let's go.
I was scared about Rocker. I'm in. I just got to decide how much. Y'all, let me know. Let me know we can do it together, because I know Nate Dogg is not going to be happy about that 9.64 ERA coming off the opener. I was not thrilled with Mikey Bassick last night.
Oh.
Sounding like he may have been throwing my mom under the name bus on the broadcast.
First strikeout of the night for Junis, whose first name is Jacob, and you can't spell Jacob without the K, because that's how he spells it.
Yeah.
J-K-O-B. He gets his strikeout for the evening. Is Taylor Ward now the batter, and that one is up 1-1.
It's not as bad as like the first name Sean, where there's like 6 different spellings of it.
How about that? I was thinking of the kid when they were really little. How would you know how to spell your name?
You can spell it Scene. You can spell it Sean.
1-2 to Taylor Ward. I was saying, I think he's the only Jacob, Junis that is, that I know who uses the K.
Okay.
Jacob. You know any Jacobs with a K?
I don't, but maybe his parents knew he'd be a strikeout pitcher.
Yeah.
Oh, so there it is. I think that could have been SHAN included in Mike's comment.
Could have been.
Is that the one where he said Sean or whatever? Do you think that's after he spelled it and he just pronounced it because he wasn't totally sure if you spell yours as? I would not be surprised if after all this time he's still not sure if like you spell it with 2 N's or like he just knows it's different and he doesn't actually know how you spell it.
Yeah, I texted Mike, I hate your guts, and he wrote back, long day, sorry I didn't respond. My phone fell out of my pocket in an Uber. I just got it back.
Oh, no.
That was at 10:06. And I will say this, I was meaning to text Mike anyway. Those announcer ratings better have this broadcast really high, man. He is in a groove.
He's so good.
He caught the groove. I thought, like, right before the All-Star break last year, Mike did. He's comfortable. He's not forcing anything. He's doing the reads. I can't believe he's doing the reads going into break after listening to him do commercials here for DFW Security for years on the Fan. He is on fire. It's a really good broadcast.
I
hate to give Raymond credit, but I have to.
I watch a lot of I have the baseball package. Watch a lot of them. Bassick is a top 5 analyst among all the teams.
Really,
he's phenomenal. If he was on.
He's
Mets,
giving such a pitching education.
If he was on the Mets or Yankees broadcast, which is obviously in New York, he'd be on the TBS national call. He'd be there alongside Ron Darling. He's as good as Darling. He's good as Cone. He's tremendous.
Yeah,
I remember growing up. You know, I would catch as many of the Gary Thorne, Jim Palmer broadcasts I could, because I thought
Palmer's still doing it.
I thought Palmer gave just an amazing education of pitching, and
he's supposed to be an all-time a-hole.
I've heard this, but
it got him going right up his nose yesterday too with the paper towels.
Yeah.
Like me on the fan cam. It's like me on the fan cam sick this week.
But Palmer was always great. But Mike is I think he's one of the 5 best analysts.
All right, let me know what you are doing with the Ranger game today on Underdog promo code TOLO. Tiger Woods has released a statement. I know and understand the seriousness of the situation I find myself in today. I think he pleaded not guilty, by the way, to all the charges. I'm stepping away for a period of time to seek treatment and focus on my health. This is necessary in order for me to prioritize my well-being and work toward lasting recovery. I'm committed to taking the time needed to return in a healthier, stronger, and more focused place, both personally and professionally. I appreciate your understanding and support and ask for privacy for my family, loved ones, and myself at this time. Tiger.
The first time, maybe. The first time you get all that, not after that. People are going to want to know what's going on with you. Like when it's like, hey, guys, this is pretty private. When you're flipping cars on public streets, sorry, that becomes a topic.
I think it's not an out, because I don't have 1% of sympathy for him, but I think his explanation will probably end up being all the surgeries.
He's had a lot.
All the surgeries and the hydrocodone.
I don't doubt he's
in pain.
I don't doubt there's a good chance that he would be addicted to painkillers given all of his things. I'm not saying he is, so we're legally covered here. That would not be a surprising thing to hear, that given all of his surgeries, any athlete is really susceptible to painkiller addiction.
Yeah, I mean, and how many surgeries has he had?
Oh God, I mean, he's had a back. He had he had a ripped up ACL.
Yeah,
he almost lost his leg. I mean, he's had a lot of. It wouldn't surprise me as a golfer if he hasn't had a wrist or an elbow too. But he got into it apparently with his girlfriend Vanessa Trump, insulting her.
What?
She was apparently she waited for him after this was the Daily Mail. She waited for him after he got out of jail, and she was like, "Hey, let's work on this together." And he was like, "Yeah, I'll be fine. And she was like, "Yeah, obviously you're not fine." And they're fighting.
Apologies to Tolo Eric. He said, full-on fight with my daughter Gabby about leaving for school on time. You didn't open the segment with 6 a.m. Club. Apparently your voice is more accurate than the clock. So, Gabby, shout out to you. Listen to Dad. My bad. Don't be late to school. And shout out to Chef Eric, as always. All right, there it is. The Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a Busch ticket giveaway. We'll chop it up at 7:40. We go commercial-free in the expressway. This is going to sting, and this is going to sting a lot. Troy Aikman on never getting the Cowboy invitation and how he's openly rooting for the Miami Dolphins. Around the rest of the NFL from the owners' meetings, commercial-free after this.
Be the Fan. It is the Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We are commercial free. Bobby continuing his horrible hump day edition, leaving the mic on to almost get me fired in the commercial break. Thank goodness I went to get water. And now he's eating to start the segment. So we're rolling along here.
We were talking about Bassick last segment. He inspired me.
To what?
Eat before segment.
And what about the mic being left on? Try to sabotage.
Well, I wasn't trying to sabotage. I was trying to go to get something downstairs, and I just thought Peyton would have noticed.
I gotta check it. I swear
Is it lit
I
up
would
right
have
now?
seen it on the board.
Is it lit up on the board right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, because it's on. It was not on earlier. Now it's on.
877-881-1053 here on DFW Sports Station. Let's go around the rest of the NFL as Jerry Jones spoke yesterday, talked about the Crosby deal, talked about not having linebackers. Maybe we'll get to Mike McCarthy with his time on the Cowboys. But let's make it I should do that first to really make Bobby sick and not eat his breakfast. We'll start off with Troy Aikman sitting down with Clarence Hill with a little back and forth. And Chill is asking Troy about his new advisory role with the Dolphins and why it never happened here.
I won't be a general manager in the NFL. But with that said, I'll always wonder what kind of general manager I would have been. And I believe I would have been a good one. But everyone thinks it would have been good at something that they never tried. So, it's easy.
Any conflict of not being able to do it in Dallas?
No.
You knew that wasn't part of the...
Yeah,
even as a consultant.
Will McClay doesn't get to do it in Dallas, and he's been there a long time. So, I think probably... I don't know. I think the Dolphins were wise in understanding my relationships around the league and knowing that I have information that they don't have or can't get. And I think they were smart in taking advantage of that, whether it was through me or through somebody else. The Cowboys have never elected to do that, at least with me. Maybe they have with others, but no, I don't feel there's a conflict. But I will say I'm pulling for the Dolphins, and I know that because now I have something at stake, and I think they hired two really talented, wonderful people, and I think that's going to prove itself out. Now 26 is going to be a tough season because of the cap that took a big hit when they let Tua go, but. Time will tell, but yeah, I'm pulling for him. I want to see him do well because I feel like my fingerprints are on it as well.
Man, there is a lot in there in that 95-second clip.
You can't, just on the last thing he said, that's why the NFL, that's a problem. That's a problem to say that, and then you're calling games. You can't say I'm actively rooting. But, I mean, we all assume Tom Brady's rooting for the Raiders, even if he doesn't say it.
That wasn't my biggest conflict of interest radar that went up. It was the Dolphins know I have information they don't or that they can't get. That information through the league's eyes should be because you're going around to different team facilities because of your broadcasting job. This is a problem. This is going to be a problem for the league. At least it should be a problem for the league.
Yeah.
I love Troy's honesty. I wish Jerry would have tried to tap into it just to see how it would have worked out. There's no guarantee this is going to work in Miami. As Choppy always says, who's going to be the Tua replacement? And then I'll probably tell you if the new head coach and general manager work out. But this is a conflict of interest. Yeah. Troy should not be allowed into the team facilities anymore, just like Brady.
Well, I mean, the NFL has looked the other way. He said
just off the rules.
Yeah, he should have the same rules. He said Dallas has never done this, and he said, or at least not with me. Well, Dallas has done this because Dallas has used Jay Glazer and Dallas has used Laura Oakman, and in both instances, it's like the NFL has, for a long time, seemingly been cool with let's quietly let you guys operate and be informants or whatever else. But now that it's starting to spread into the broadcast booth and people are supposed to be objectively calling games, it feels a lot more difficult to get away with that.
There's a lot of things in this Choppy to me. First, the Will McClay thing. I mean, I think that is the reality, but it was just kind of...
It's different. It hits different when somebody says it.
It hits different when somebody says it. Will McClay doesn't. He can't run it there.
It makes sense, ultimately, that people would, teams would go around, teams, agents, coaches, whoever else would ask people like Troy Aikman stuff, or they would hit up Jay Glazer or whoever else. It's just... I think the NFL wants you to be quiet about it. They just don't want you to be loud about what you're doing. As long as you're quiet about it and you're a little discreet, then they'll live with it.
Then you have him saying, and the Cowboys, they ask everybody that has been in the league. Jerry getting the advice from Al Davis or John Madden or Barry Switzer or anyone. Really any great Jerry Jones loves relaying a story from during these weekly interviews with us and K&C, but never from Troy Aikman. That stings. And then the salt was poured in that open wound when he goes, "Yeah, but I'm openly rooting for the Miami Dolphins."
I mean, look, they if they and I don't. There are some Cowboy fans. This happens with everybody that goes. There's a player from your team that goes and works for another team in their after career.
Madonna,
Brady, Jeter. I mean, there's a million guys that have done this.
Yeah,
you can't get mad at them.
Oh no,
you didn't. I mean, if Jerry wanted him here, he'd have taken him. You know, what do you want to do? Sit on his butt?
I hope
this is a dream of his.
I would hope no one's upset with Troy.
Do you think they're at all upset with anybody here, Will McClay or otherwise, with his little Will McClay doesn't even get to do it? Do you think that sits? That doesn't sit well with the Cowboys. Do you think?
Probably.
I would guess that wouldn't sit well with Will. To even saying it like that.
Yeah, but look, none of this is surprising. It was never going to happen, and I love that Troy and Emmett are unlike, and I love Mike. Okay, but I got to be FAF. I love that Troy and Emmett, and to a degree Moose, are opposite of Irvin and Dion, who are never going to really say anything too bad. Michael's more critical than I remember Dion being, but you got those who have the approach of Jerry made me a millionaire, and he helped me out business-wise afterwards, but Troy and Emmett have gone in, and I love the honesty.
Michael will never...
And that's part of the reason that Troy is he didn't get, and he's never going to get this Dolphins opportunity here. And, of course, Jerry has to have all the credit.
Has to have all the credit, all the say, or at least the illusion of all that.
The illusion.
And that's the reality of it. And Michael will never say anything bad about Jerry. Like you said, he made him rich. That's how they look at it.
Michael will say it with pain in his voice, like, I wish the boss. I wish the boss would have done this. The Cowboys should have. And Michael will call it the team sometimes, but he ain't gonna really go at Jerry. Sorry, go ahead.
No, and they all know. They all have dirt. I mean, everybody. They all know the intimate dealings of each other, right? They can all sit there and if they wanted to tear the whole building down, I mean, everybody can. Everybody can with all these guys. They're so close. But for whatever reason, two guys decide to never say a word, and two guys decide to be scorched earth. And it just personality-wise, I never understood why.
And you can hear some of that scorched earth next week, right here on Sean and RJ when Emmett Smith joins us.
Ooh. Right. So that was the pain of Troy Aikman. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, I would just say that, like when Chop just there says they know all their secrets and stuff like that. Yeah, I think Troy knows the secrets from 25 years ago.
Yeah.
I don't think they talk very much anymore. I don't know that he's got a full handle all the time on what's going on in the building. I think he knows what's going on with like Dak. I think he's got a good relationship with Schottenheimer. I think there are people here that he's got a good relationship with. I don't know. It's somebody had once said to me, like, I can't remember the last time that Troy was in the building for a production meeting and went to Jerry's office.
Really? Mm-hmm. It wouldn't work here anyway. Troy he's not about the BS. Troy Aikman is allergic to BS. He'd be that guy I could never be friends with because we'd be sitting at, Katie Trail Ice House, and I'm like, you hear this gossip or da-da-da-da-da, or like, let's talk about that. And I feel like Troy's one of those where like, I don't gossip.
Oh, no, he gossips. Just not around certain people, apparently. Oh. I got a story for you when we go to the break.
I think my A.J. Brown to New England prediction yesterday, post-June 1, was kept alive a little bit by Mike Vrabel yesterday. He did not rule out the possibility. He answered, instead of just shutting it down. By the way, I'm surprised a little bit. This goes back to the league picking and choosing when they want to crack down. Like, talking about Max Crosby should kind of be a tampering league violation thing. Same thing with A.J. Brown on the Philadelphia Eagles. Vrabel was asked about it. We've talked about this since last January. We're going to try to do everything we can to strengthen our roster through the draft, through free agency, multiple ways of player acquisition. So anything we can continue to strengthen the roster-wise, we're going to try to do, versus just saying he's on another team. We're not talking about that. Reporters around there, hopefully not Mike Garafolo, who butchered the David Mulugeta story yesterday, felt, okay, that was noteworthy that Vrabel didn't shut it down. I think they've got a deal agreed to in principle, and it'll be executed after June 1.
Is there the tampering rules are so funny to me because it's like, was that any sort of a violation for Jerry yesterday to talk about how we tried to trade for him or we tried to do whatever? If there was not an official deal done, are you allowed to talk about trades you tried?
Right.
Like, because to me, I would wonder if they'd be like, well, that's somebody on another team. You can't talk about them. You can't speculate about them.
It's better for the league and for as a fan and for us to be able to openly talk about it.
Can he answer Nick Harris's question yesterday? Would you pick this back up? Can he publicly say, I would go try to trade for him?
Right.
Or is it more, you can't talk about, I want to sign him? Like, is it different if you're talking about trading for somebody?
I'm going to turn over the other Mike Vrabel story to RJ Choppy and sit back and enjoy my coffee.
Why?
You wrote
I know.
very long, eloquent things in your email. I said,
thank you.
This is right down Choppy's road.
I assume you're speaking of the Travion Henderson.
I'm going to eat my breakfast now.
Yes,
situation. Now, Travion decided that he was going to dip his toes in the Jaden Ivey conversation.
You want to set up Ivey first? Just to let everyone know what he said?
Yeah, so Ivey went on was this an Instagram Live or just a video?
Social.
And it was on social media of some kind, and it was talking about the Chicago Bulls and their decision to host a Pride Month or Pride
NBA
Night.
in general.
The NBA in general.
He was winning on the NBA celebrating Pride Month.
And, he really kind of leaned into the Bible and the religious background of it and given... I don't want to say he's giving his testimony. He wasn't giving his testimony about it, but he was just giving his...
He said the NBA is celebrating unrighteousness.
Let's just play it. How about that?
We have that still? We have the Ivy?
Cut 20.
There we go.
They proclaim Pride Month in the NBA. They proclaim it. They show it to the world. They say, come join us for Pride Month to celebrate unrighteousness. They proclaim it. They proclaim it on the billboards. They proclaim it in the streets. Unrighteousness. So how is it that one can't speak righteousness? How is it one that how are they to say that this man is crazy?
So that's Ivy, and then he was released. The Chicago Bulls. And the Bulls are like conduct detrimental to the team, and they wind up releasing them. Travion Henderson takes that video and retweets it with a scripture. It says, "Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven," Matthew 5:10. And then they asked Mike Vrabel at these coaches' meetings about Travion's repost of Jaden Ivey.
I think there is a fine line. I want to tell you, I love Travion. I love the person. He cares deeply about our team. He cares deeply about his faith. He cares deeply about his family, his wife, the people in our building. And so I want them to be able to express what they believe in their heart and in their mind. But also want to make sure that they're educated, and we want to be inclusive. We want to, everything we want to do wants to provide an environment for people to, one, feel comfortable, but also to share their personal beliefs. And then also we represent the team and then we represent the organization.
That is Mike Vrabel, which I thought was it's a fine answer.
Not to many. Mike Vrabel getting destroyed on Twitter.
Oh,
by
he
men.
is.
Yeah.
I didn't see that
because. Well, I mean, it's obvious. Like those.
If you weigh in on it, period.
Someone's going to
be destroyed by someone.
Yeah.
Who's destroying him?
Those who believe that. Is it Jaden?
Yeah.
That Jaden Ivey is preaching what you're supposed to be preaching.
Okay.
And Mike Vrabel is saying, no, what you're saying is wrong. We need to be inclusive.
Yeah, I'm no Bible scholar,
We know.
I am not. I have not read
I'm
it.
more of a Bible scholar than you are.
I have not read it, but I am a firm believer. I'm a firm believer. It's just this.
Wait a second. That could be the perfect RJ Choppyism. You said I haven't read it, but I'm a firm believer.
Yeah, I believe in that he died for our sins. I'm a Catholic.
Okay. It's like analytics. He doesn't understand it, but he believes it.
Catholics, we don't really read the Bible, right? We take the approach of that's for the priest to do. We're just here. We're here for the wine. Right, we're here for the wine at the end of church. But I'll tell you, and I have no idea if what he's actually what Jay Ivey is saying is actually in the Bible and if that's what actually is said. But I'll tell you, man, it's tough because like if you hold views that are rooted in your faith, just like your own, whether it's Jewish or Christian or Muslim, if you have it's rooted in your faith, like. It's your faith. Like, what am I going to say about it, right? It's your faith. Like, you believe that. You're never going to convince somebody otherwise. I can be critical, but I can't be overly critical of what you believe if it's something that you believe in your faith. That's just how I look at it. And, like, there's a vast difference of not approving of something because you don't like it and not approving of something because it's what you believe from a faith standpoint. I think there's a difference there.
Yeah. I was listening to Drake Toll this morning.
Oh, boy.
As the whole Metroplex is. And he said something in there of like, the line of like, Jaden Ivey doesn't believe you should exist if you're gay. It's like, well, he's never said that.
Yeah, that's not what he said.
He said it's unrighteousness, which by his definition, like by what he believes would be what it says. And so like he's just telling you what he said, just like any other thing of just like, when we talk about Islamic or Jewish religions of how they don't eat pork, it's like, okay, yeah, other people do, and they're not gonna, they're gonna say for them it's unrighteous, they can't do it. And so I don't know, this gets into such a slippery slope territory when you're looking at what he's saying his beliefs are and what he's saying public policy should be or what should be celebrated and what shouldn't. It's
impossible.
Yeah.
It really is impossible when you're in a group, in this instance, team environment, because you don't want there to be a divide. But by saying that Travion Henderson is repeating something that is not inclusive, that can cause a divide because of those who grew up with that type of religious belief and agreement. So whichever way you go with it, it's very difficult. The Chicago Bulls, to me, still a stunning move to release Jaden Ivey and call it conduct detrimental. That was really dumb. This is PR just 101 to me. The PR director of the Chicago Bulls, that person should be in a lot of trouble. It's probably the same one who put the Jerry Krause memorial up on the big screen with the poor widow sitting in the stands, and she ended up crying. He wasn't playing. He was scoring like 3 points. It's a handful of games. Just go ahead and cut him. Just say he's not good enough. Like we've moved the decision. We release him, and this would not have happened. But now you've opened Pandora's box, and you've set precedent. You have set precedent that if someone, in many people's views, repeat the Bible,
they're gone.
You're gone. You can be cut. You can be released. And now you have other athletes who agree or disagree, and you have to deal with that in your locker room. Woo!
It's tough, yeah, because if you should be able to disagree with your companies, you should be able to have an open dialogue, disagree with your company. If your company said, hey, we're going to have a prayer every morning, and you don't want to do that,
right,
you should be able to say, I don't feel comfortable doing that.
Absolutely.
And if likewise, if they have they have something that goes against your values, maybe like this, you should be able to voice that disagreement.
Like Travion Henderson last night or this morning is waking up going, whoa, Vrabes, why are you taking issue with what I said? God said that. That's his viewpoint. That's the viewpoint of many who are sharing that same belief.
Don't shoot the messenger.
Don't sit there and don't shoot the messenger.
It's tough to even say make sure he's educated.
Yeah.
It's a tough way to say it.
And it's like
I think most professional sports leagues just go, we just wish everyone naturally would stay away from talking about it.
Of course.
You can believe what you believe. Please don't talk about it and make us have to come down on a side is what I think most leagues and teams wish. Vrabel probably just wishes I'd love he can hold that opinion. Somebody else can hold another opinion. Just please don't tweet about it. Like, I think that's how they feel, because it's just like it forces us into an impossible situation of you are not only angering, like in a Luka situation, like, oh, you're angering a fan base for trading Luka. No, in a lot of ways, you are morally offending half of your fan base.
Yep.
On whatever you say about it.
Yep.
That's just a risky thing to do. And so I think a lot of people just go, please don't ask me to weigh in on anything that would be morally offensive to half the fan base in any instance.
It's the reality of it.
What happens if Jaden Ivey sues the Bulls?
That, I guess...
I don't. So legally in court, he would not win.
He would not. Why?
No,
why not?
You can cut anybody for whatever you want. Now, whether there's a cap charge related to it would be something that could be up for it.
Why was my?
People are not saying that's a civil rights violation.
It's not a civil rights violation to cut somebody for whatever.
It's
a civil rights violation. It's a civil rights violation potentially to say you have to pay back bonuses or something like that. I can cut somebody for whatever I want. I don't have to give a reason for it.
About that. It's about the money.
But I'm saying.
But hang on. If Odyssey fired me for saying something that I recited from the Bible, and they said it was like conduct detrimental to the company,
she's got a lawsuit.
I think I have a lawsuit.
Right. We're talking about professional sports leagues, though, where like you enter into like
they still have to operate under the equal opportunity.
But they labeled it conduct detrimental.
What did they cut Trayvon Diggs for? The Cowboys. They don't have to call it. They don't have to call it anything. They can just say it's a decision that they want to cut.
Called it.
They can say
it.
that, but they can cut it. What I'm saying is they can ultimately just go, all right, well, we're cutting him just because we didn't want him on the team anymore. You can cut somebody for whatever you want. They can cut Antonio Brown for talking the way he talks. So ultimately, him not having a spot on the roster is not going to be any sort of a civil rights violation. If they tell him he's got to pay back bonus money or something like that, that might. If they're trying to get around a loophole.
He gets to keep his money. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Bush at Toyota Music Factory on Tuesday, April 21st. One of the 5 winners this week will be randomly selected to get 2 general VIP packages, which includes 2 premium level tickets, access to exclusive VIP photo opportunity with Bush, exclusive VIP only merchandise, and 1 autographed Bush VIP poster.
Nice.
That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, it's a hump day. We're commercial free in the expressway. Let's chop it up.
Ow. Pew, pew, pew. Oh, no. RJ Choppy. Here we go. Chop it up, chop, chop, chop it up, chop it up, chop, chop, chop it up, chop it up, chop, chop, chop it up, chop it up. Come on, chop, chop, choppy.
Well, I wasn't going to start with this, but I figured since we're talking religion, let's start with virgins. Dear Abby, I'm a 35-year-old woman.
Is Dear Abby still a thing?
Yeah, I don't know if it's actually Abby anymore, but it says Dear Abby.
Okay.
I'm a 35-year-old woman. Never been in a relationship with a man.
Well.
And yes, I'm a virgin. And she is considering ending her virginity with an escort.
Okay. Why?
She's sick and tired of being a virgin. So
okay.
She's considering ending it with an escort.
But why? Why an escort?
Why an escort? Well, she's like, I've resigned to not being in a relationship. I want to stop the practice of not having relations. I'm considering hiring an escort to help me with my issue in a last-ditch attempt to experience what it's like. I'm tired from waiting for that one man who will never show. Should I go ahead with my escort plan or keep waiting aimlessly like an idiot? That's what she says.
Okay. I support the escort.
Ooh, I would... See, I was gonna get your guys' thoughts on this because, like, is there a point where, like, if you had never done that before, is there a point in your life where you said, all right, I'm gonna get it over. I'm just gonna hire an escort.
Yeah.
Or
I don't have to buy dinner. I don't have to wake up with the individual. I don't have to have the feelings afterwards, and I get to practice.
I get to practice.
Yeah.
My thing is, like,
does it have the looks of this individual?
It does not. She's 35, and my thought was, like, if I waited this long, I assume if you're waiting this long, there's a reason for it. It's a moral reason.
Well, she may not be able to get anyone.
She may not be able to get anybody. I don't know. I just didn't know how long you guys would wait on the whole, paying for it. To me, it's like, I waited this long. I'm just going to stay the course.
No.
If you're a woman, I don't think you have to pay for it.
That's the other
You can find it some. Are you going to find your ideal situation? No, but you can find it somewhere if you're a woman.
Yeah. I support this.
Okay. All right. I was wondering your guys' take on this. When I saw this morning, I was like, "Ooh, this is a good one." All right.
What would Jaden Ivey say?
Stop it! It is chopping it up here.
Get it out now.
I just threw it out there.
Because Friday, Monday, you ain't gonna have the life raft.
Friday's Good Friday.
Get it out now.
Is Good Friday a company holiday?
Get it out now.
I don't know if it is or not. All right.
Interesting.
Let's head on over to Bobby's favorite app, or one of his favorite apps, ChatGPT. They rank. They're doing that. I love what they've been doing. They're going around and doing all sorts of different categories. ChatGPT ranks all 50 states by which has the best food. I have some issues. Which state of the 50 do you think that you have been to has the best food? Which one is the worst food state that you've been to, if you can remember?
Jacksonville.
It's Florida. Florida will be the worst food state for you.
I mean, Jacksonville was the worst food I've eaten.
They're ranked sixth. Number one is California. California, followed by Texas.
I mean, New York has to be up there.
New York is 3. Louisiana's 4. Illinois is 5. Chicago. You got Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Nevada at 10. Obviously, Nevada's going to be all Vegas, all the Vegas chefs that go on out there. Your bottom 5, West Virginia makes sense. Connecticut, even with the
pizza.
Massachusetts, Boston's got good food. New Jersey, and Utah and Colorado. I don't know, man. Like, to be, New Jersey's got good Italian food, good pizza, good bagels.
Yeah,
really good. I have no problem with your top 3.
I know the one you want to attack at the top.
What, California?
No.
Oh, Louisiana, of course. I think Louisiana's dog-ass. All right, it's disgusting food that those idiots they just grabbed out of the Gulf.
Aiden is offended.
Just grabbed it out of the Gulf.
Gulf.
I don't do warm weather. I don't do warm water fish, Aiden. Okay.
But do you dislike like Creoles, jambalayas, like that type of sauce?
I enjoy Creole.
Them.
I enjoy a Creole. I enjoy a jambalaya. But I look at that like a blended whiskey. It's like you don't really put anything. You just throw a bunch of crap in there.
Well,
sauce and rice, and you call it a dish.
Isn't that normally cooking? Throwing a bunch of crap in there?
I don't. It's not a. Let me say this. It's food. It's not a cuisine. It's not a cuisine.
It's not a cuisine. Cajun,
that's not a cuisine. It's a food. It'll get you by. It's like a Jeep. Utilitarian.
Oh man, shots fired at me.
No. Jeeps are good. They get you point A to point B. They can go over anything.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about whether you're going to go on the grass, the mountains, the rocks, the pavement.
Pepe, you've been traveling Nashville, Vegas all the time. What's your food top and bottom?
Yeah, I mean, California was always up there. I mean, I traveled there a bunch, when I was younger. My parents always loved going to the West Coast, but like...
Really?
Never been to New York, but I understand it.
You've never been to New York?
I've never been to New York. Well, I flew in for a connecting flight, but I didn't really visit it. Again, remember my friends, I wanted to go there for my bachelor trip. They said no. They said it's too girly. New York
is too girly?
That's what they said. They said it's more like a couple's trip to go up there.
It is. I mean, unless you're going for like a sport.
I kind of agreed with it, yeah, but I thought there was enough there to do that. But yeah, I like all these. I mean, Texas should be number 1. I mean, come on. I mean, the barbecue, everything here is just better.
Ooh.
Look, the barbecue's great.
We got
the Tex-Mex is great.
We got a lot of holes in our game.
There's some holes. Like
it's so big.
It's so big.
The state's big, and like you're gonna find. Like it's oversaturated. There's so many transplants. I think that's probably what it is. The holes in our game are probably the California transplants coming here and opening restaurants. But in general, I think Texas being as big as it is and having as many things that you can find anything that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Not a lot of them. I'm not saying like every Mexican restaurant is good, but you can find a good Mexican restaurant. You can find good whatever. Like you can find good Italian food. It's not necessarily going to be a high hit rate when you just walk into a random one.
Man, someone posted like this Texas barbecue praise tweet the other day. It was amazing. It blew up, and it was like Kansas City. It's like I've just had Texas barbecue for the first time. Are you guys hiding the secrets from everybody else? Kansas City, don't even step up to the plate. I'm paraphrasing, but Texas, y'all dominate, and thank you for this gift.
Sometimes I do feel like, okay, am I just being a Texas homer? with the barbecue, but I really do. I've been to Tennessee. Like, the Tennessee barbecue I had recently was good.
Yeah.
But I've been to other states that claim great barbecue. Like, I've had Dreamland. I've been to Tennessee. Like, it's not as good as it is.
You got to
here.
get also, like, you can't, like, I would never order a brisket anywhere else.
Right.
You know, Tennessee, I think it's pork.
Tennessee was not good, the brisket I just had there.
Yeah, ribs. It's supposed to be
ribs. Yeah,
yeah, which is pork.
Yeah, so it's like, you know, you got to go by what.
Ask the Muslims, Bobby.
What they have. What they have.
That's half my family, so I can make that joke.
I do like a vinegar-based sauce. Like, you made that vinegar sauce at your party.
And mustardy.
That mustard sauce. I just enjoy. I love mustard.
Yeah.
I'll put mustard only on a hamburger. Like, I really enjoy it. What I don't enjoy is people being foolish, financially irresponsible with their money, and I will never understand this. There is, you got to explain to me the appeal here. A bottle of wine, a 1945 Domaine della Romani Conti, butchered that, sold for $812,000. It's a bottle of wine.
Dang.
The only appeal I could see is that you could say to your friends, I bought a bottle of wine worth $812,000.
Yeah.
I don't understand this.
There's just no way you could open it. There's no way you could open it. I'll give you a quick whale story.
Ooh.
Jimmy Butler came in the same restaurant I was in.
Well.
Private back room. And Jimmy, I think, he likes going out and enjoying some of the finer things. And he ordered like some crazy, sick, awesome bottle of wine.
Camus?
And I would take Camus overall, basically, though. And I was lucky enough that I got like a little quarter of a glass brought to me. I don't know how it ended up. It was left over in the bottle or they left it. I don't know. But they were like, oh, go ahead and try it. And I think it was like an $800 bottle of wine. And there's just no way it's going to match. There's no way it's going to match the hype.
No.
And you can get the same daggone bottle of Camus, and the third bottle tastes different from the first.
Right.
How was it stored? Was it cooled?
Yeah.
How did it travel? Is the cork bad? What's the year? All these different variables that go into it. Like, $800,000. You'd rather buy a jersey, a piece of memorabilia, right?
Yeah.
Or would you rather consume it?
I'd rather buy the memorabilia.
And then I guess you can put the bottle up as the memorabilia.
I guess you could, but it's always going to be winking at me here. Hey, drink me.
Right.
But yeah, there comes a point. Like, I can tell the difference between a $10 bottle of wine and a $30. And I assume I can tell the difference between a $30 bottle and a $100.
Right.
But I think there comes to a point where it's like, there's no difference. That's diminishing returns.
Yeah, and you also have to I don't know what I was going to say. We are
the tannins.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the one word I learned.
I do love it when it hits both corners in the back.
I hate that. You like that tart feeling?
Oh, yeah, I do like
where it's like pinching your cheek.
Well, I know that's like I assume that's how you tell what a good bottle is.
That's when I knew I had
there.
That's when I knew I had an abscess. Was when I felt it pinch here anytime I chewed anything.
All right, Hump Day edition. Wild ride for the first. How long have we been? 2 hours here on Sean and RJ, trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Commercial free in the expressway. Is the UConn ref being punished? We have the college basketball kegger with Ralph James Choppy after this.
I don't know if the ref's being...
Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He threw it away. Hurley, produce. Did we just see what we think we just saw? Wow! Confetti!
I can't express how much I hate this man.
You don't hate it. You love it.
In a very loving way.
You love it.
Jake Rietma doing the 3-cone in here.
What's better? Rietma on the fan cam doing the short shuttle or the broadest rolling out of the beanbag? I'm going to tweet that video right now.
What is wrong with you?
I don't know. I didn't take my stuff today.
But didn't you go to the car and get it?
It's an April Fool's joke. I'm not taking it today just for you.
Yeah. Gavin, you called me yesterday after the show. Call me again. I should have stayed out sick. I'm
starting to feel a tickle in my throat, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Cool.
Wow. Well, news came out yesterday that referee is out.
Media watchdog.
Media watchdog time, boys.
I agree with you.
I do not care for this headline. This was the actual headline from ESPN. Roger Ayers won't ref Final Four.
Roger Ayers, was he in charge of Fox News or something?
Yeah,
he was
him.
Maybe
I think that was Roger Ailes.
It's A-Y.
Roger Ailes was Fox News.
Roger Ailes.
Ailes.
Roger Ayers or Ayers won't ref Final Four after Dan Hurley exchange. I don't care for that headline. Don't care for it.
Yeah.
The referee, it makes it seem like, by the word after, it reads to me that the exchange was part of the reason that he is not officiating the Final Four.
Like he's being punished.
Because
As a result of.
Because that would read like man arrested after being 3 times over the legal limit. After. Like that's why he was arrested.
Right.
He was 3 times the legal limit. It's making it sound like he's not refereeing the Final Four because of this. Now, that may be true, but that's not in the story anywhere. They didn't say anywhere that's the reason why, because I went and looked. He has been a referee for 28 years. He has refereed 7 Final Fours. So 1 every 4 years, and he just did last year's. So numbers would say he probably isn't going to do this year's.
Right.
Because he just did last year's.
Yeah.
And he's been refereeing for 28 years. He's only done 7 of them.
Really misleading headline.
Very misleading.
Wait till you see Bobby's reaction. How far back can the eyes roll in his head when he hears Dan Hurley explaining on the Triple Option Pod his interaction, the headbutt with the ref?
Really, at that point in the game, we had it won. And he's such an easy guy to work with during the game that I thought he was coming over to chest bump me to celebrate the shot. Because it's not like that for me with him.
So I watched this to try to get... To try to see if he was totally joking like Jerry apparently was with the reporters yesterday when he said, hey, George, you can save money if you just negotiate with me and leave the agent out of it. It wasn't like... I didn't get the sense that he was completely joking watching him. I'm assuming, like you, that it is more of a joke, but it's not going to read great for those who wanted Dan Hurley punished. Let's play the whole clip again, Peyton.
Really, at that point in the game, we had it won, and he's such an easy guy to work with during the game that I thought he was coming over to chest bump me to celebrate the shot. Because it's not like that for me with him, like... My experience with him has been, we haven't won every game. I haven't agreed with every call, but so that was in no way was that like me and a ref that I had been at their throat the whole game. Like other points in the game where I had my arm around them, walking out of the timeout. We were cracking jokes and laughing. With that situation. Now the one at Marquette, when I was on my man's neck, screaming into his neck, that was a guy that's like coming right up to the line and losing his mind. But that was more like the emotion of the shot. And this is a cool ass ref guy. I just was.
Were you guys sharing the moment together?
No, he was just coming up to tell me, it was 0.3.
Oh,
I think there's going to be 0.3 or 0.4 on the clock is what he was saying to me.
All right. So, I mean, look, whether you buy it or not, whether it was a joke or not.
Yeah.
I got to say, it's clear they have a relationship.
Yep.
Now, you could feel a certain type of way about that, too. Like, should a referee and a head coach have a...
They all know each other.
But they all know it. They all know. This is not...
They all know
to what extent? Like, I mean, for Seth Greenberg to go, I know when I was coaching, I talked to this guy all the time. Like, that does feel a little too friendly, probably.
Okay, when you catch up before the game.
But if Seth Greenberg can go, I can call him and I can get an explanation on the story, that means that he's got relationships with coaches that are as good as like, hey, give me your cell phone number, let's talk.
But if they're at the same lunch place, is Seth supposed to, like, are they not supposed to talk to each other? Is it incumbent upon the referee not to, hey, how's the kids? Where did you go on vacation? I expect those things to happen.
Sure, yeah, a little bit of that. I don't think, like I said, going to the extent of Seth Greenberg had a cell phone number and knew he could call him because of his relationship with him as a coach, to go, hey, what happened here? And for Dan Hurley to go, I thought we were going to chest bump. And I was joking, but like for him to be like, oh, I thought we were going to chest bump. That sounds more friendly than, hey, how are the kids?
I hate to say this, but I got to be honest. I can understand more now and probably agree with the tech not being called. I hate saying it. I want Dan Hurley to get embarrassed. I want UConn to lose now. I want UConn out. I don't care what it would have done to my bracket. I'm already winning along with Bobby. But I understand why the tech was not called more so after the explanation.
A tech should be called, or that referee's relationship should be investigated.
I don't even know about that.
But to me, it's one of the two things. Either one, Dan Hurley did something that was not appropriate, or if it's like, no, we're just boys like that, then it's like, okay, well, then that's a different problem now that needs to be looked at. That's maybe not a tech, but now we got to ask about this guy.
But we should ask Shoddy this.
Yeah.
What's the most you know about a ref and an official? Do you consider is there any of them that come close to being your friend? And I guess the bigger league question is, like, what are we going to police, the friendships or the casual relationship? That's hard to do. I don't know where to draw the line.
Derek listens all the time, and I know Derek's talked about this before. Text us in what you thought was appropriate relationship with umpires. Like, what did you think was appropriate for you to have a discussion? Because I know Derek always said you would go out there and you'd try to chat with the home plate umpire and just be a little friendly and, like, not create, like, animosity. But I don't know, like, did it go beyond that?
If you're a 20-year vet, like, I guarantee you Michael Jordan knows some life story of a referee that
I would assume he's got to. You got to find a gambling edge.
Yeah, I would assume so. And, like, you know, like, I know, like, well, I was with the G League Legends games. Like, the referees were like, sequestered. Like, it was a no-go for them to fraternize with anybody who worked for the team. And this is just G League refs, right? They're just trying to make the NBA. But even then, it was like you don't fraternize with the officials.
Yeah.
And I wonder, like, what are the requirements here? What's the threshold of what is and what isn't appropriate?
That's a bad headline, though. It is. It's misleading, and it seems to suggest he's being punished for the Dan Hurley interaction.
All right, now, one more final thing on this, and everybody kind of came at John Shire and said, this is coaching. This is coaching. This is bad coaching or a lack of coaching. Well, then the video comes out of like 3 to 4 weeks ago where John Shire was using a play in the NBA, basically going over the exact same or a similar scenario and what to do in this situation.
What can you do if you're Trey Jones, Dominic? What can you do if you're Trey Jones? No timeouts. Throw the ball. Throw the ball where? Throw the ball down the court. Yeah. High. Or throw the ball high up in the air.
Oh, good job by Jones. Trey Jones. Get it into the air. Hands up play by Trey Jones. And he runs out the clock. Yes. That was an incredibly high IQ play.
So there's a photo of the video of Jones in the corner, and he's about to go out of bounds. He just takes the ball, heaves it up in the air, runs time off the clock. Like, they went over this.
No, I hate to bust your bubble.
You don't think this is going over this?
It's not the same. It's not applicable, in my opinion. Yes, they're inbounding from under the basket. I think there was a 9-second difference. I think this play had a second and a half. The Duke-UConn play, there was 10 seconds left. All this guy had to do was catch the ball and chunk it up into the air.
Yeah, but by the time
this is not the execution of multiple passes to break the press. Yeah. This was a 2-second kill of the clock. It's not the same thing.
But by the time Boozer got the ball,
yeah,
you had already ticked off
It was like 6 seconds left.
Yeah, that's not. You throw the ball up in the air.
This is like the punter running out of the back of the end zone. You can do it with like a certain amount of time, but like I don't think
when he threw that ball, I bet you
can't throw it up. It was 6 seconds left.
You could throw it up in the air.
No, it's not. First off, there's a scoreboard up there. He's at half court. You're not going to throw the ball anywhere on the floor. This isn't about throwing the ball in the air. This is about.
You're supposed to dribble it out.
Or hold on to it.
Hold on to it.
That's what Grant Hill said immediately on the broadcast as it looked like Bill Raftery was going to pass out, like Broadus getting out of the beanbag chair that Bobby just tweeted. You got to break it down if we're going to be accurate about it. He gets the ball with 6 seconds left around half court. You can't throw the ball the rest of the court. You can't throw it up and kill 6 seconds. So, to me, John Shire coaching that, there's zero comparison.
It looks like, too, if he would have thrown the ball high enough to kill 6 seconds, that's like you're hitting the scoreboard. If you hit the scoreboard, it's a technical foul and ball out of bounds.
I don't care if the scoreboard's not there. You can't throw it up and have it kill 6 seconds.
But, I mean, even if you think, I can throw this high enough that it'll go up and come down, it's hitting the scoreboard, and then you're getting a technical foul and it's ball out of bounds.
Was that Barstool who did that?
I don't remember who. I don't remember
who came out with the article being like, John Shire coached this. Whoever did that, they're just wrong.
If he were to throw it up, and I'm not saying that would have been the right thing to do, but like they did go over a play, like of what you can do in these situations. If he thrown it up in the air, there's no guarantee UConn gets the ball. Like a Duke guy could have got it, and they could have fouled somebody. You never know, and that would have sent him into the line for 2. Also, he could have held it because when they inbounded the ball, there's 10 seconds. Right? You're basically outside the backcourt. In college basketball, it's a 10-second rule. It's not 8.
Well, what are you saying?
I mean, they could have literally just, like, even if they didn't foul him, they would have had to have fouled him.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not about
just held on to it and not worry about a backcourt violation.
It's about holding on to the ball or not making a pass when you're shorter against taller defenders who have double teamed you.
Yeah, I think the point was at least it's showing that they're. It's not like they're not coaching.
Of course, they're coaching game situations, but I don't give John Shire
to apples.
I'm not giving John Shire a pass. Now, look, it's still in the player, too. John Shire may have said the exact right thing in the huddle, but John Shire coaching that Bulls situation is not an excuse for this. That does not give him a pass, being like they went over the same thing. It's not remotely close.
Is Billy Donovan now the new head coach of North Carolina? There are reports that he was in Chapel Hill last week, like over the weekend, in Chapel Hill over the weekend to be as this drama is unfolding, and look, the word is he's told people the one college job. Oh God,
I hit too much of my tongue. It's numb now.
Yeah, it numbs your mouth.
The Vapo Cool.
Yeah, the Vapo Cool for the sore throat. I thought Bobby was totally joking. He's getting a little bit of the throat itch. He's not joking because he took. Yeah, bro. If you haven't taken this throat spray, this Vicks, it'll give you It'll numb your. Tiger would love this.
Oh, I bet he would.
Yeah, LT. It'll numb your whole. It'll numb your whole mouth. Yeah.
I thought that was just meant to
give you a high.
You thought it was chloroseptic.
It give you a little rush, like the scissor.
I can't feel my lips.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
It numbs everything.
Uh-oh.
It's kind of,
you might be able to use that for stuff.
Could give you a fun time. Sorry, Choppy.
No, Billy Donovan, now the front runner for the Carolina job, and he has told people that is the one job he would leave the NBA for. Like, that is the one job he has always coveted. He said this over the last decade or so. So keep an eye on that. It's going to happen quick because the portal opens next week.
He's the favorite bet online. 4-7 minus 175.
4-7.
Tommy Lloyd has made a jump. Who the hell is that?
Arizona.
Okay.
Jordan. The reports are that Jordan wanted to fly him out personally.
Oh, Mike?
Yeah.
7-4, Tommy Lloyd. Then Grant McCaslin.
Tech.
Dusty May.
Michigan.
Mark Binghamton.
Vandy.
Okay.
Now, the interesting thing to watch out there is whoever takes this job, they're going to wind up going to get the St. Louis coach.
How are you treating Jason Kidd after Mark Cuban exposed him yesterday? Next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
By the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214-417-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Kyle Kuzma in particular, as you mentioned, aggressively attacking him at both ends of the floor.
A.J. Green, what a pass. Cross court. Ryan Rollins, what a finish.
I thought that was CA on the call on Bucks TV.
Let me tell you, I knew Luther Vandross. One time he told me, he said, this game of basketball, it's something else.
You got to reference an old Buck.
Oh, yeah, an old Buck. Who would it have to be?
Kareem?
Michael Redd?
No, he would say Lou Alcindor. I knew Lou Alcindor. And he was, because he would know before he was Kareem.
Yeah.
Let me hear it again one more time, Pepe. CA, see if you agree if you're listening.
Kyle Kuzma in particular, as you mentioned, aggressively attacking him at both ends of the floor.
A.J. Green, what a pass. Cross court. Ryan Rollins, what a finish.
Little bit.
This is my list of my favorite Milwaukee Bucks.
Dallas Mavericks get smoked last night, thankfully, against Milwaukee. They're 24-52. We are 3 games back of Utah for the 5 spot in the effort to win Team Tank. 1 game up on New Orleans with that pick going to Atlanta. A game and a half up on Memphis. Luka scores 40 again. The only player this year to score 40 in 3 straight. I think Luka was quoted the other day as saying, I'm the only one who's like MVP odds aren't going up the better I play. I don't think there's being near enough noise for Luka as the MVP. I know we got SGA, I know we got Joker again, but I mean, how do you avoid 77 right now?
Because people have just made up in their mind like he's the worst defensive player of all time, and thus you could never reward him, even though he's played better defense this year.
What type of defender is Joker? I don't know, and I don't hear it talked about.
Defender? Yeah. All I know is, and they know this too, he's a champion, Sean.
Isn't it just Rachel Nichols who's talking about like his defense for the MVP race?
No, Perkins talked about it. Like Kendrick Perkins was like, nope, he's not included because he doesn't play enough defense.
By the way, shout out, I think it was Mavs Muse who sent Rachel Nichols advocating for James Harden winning the MVP in 2018.
Oh, baby.
Gotcha.
I know you played 0 defense.
I love that Twitter account. I love that Twitter account. This you?
5th simulation, number 1 overall pick.
1 in 5 shot. I looked it up, by the way. We mentioned earlier Luka had made at least 10 shots in every game of the month of March. He has 16 straight games. The last time anybody had at least 16 straight games of 10 or more made baskets was Kobe in 2003. And the last time anybody's gotten past 16, like the most recent time that happened was Shaq did 22 in 1995. But otherwise, it hasn't happened in 30 years.
Kevin Gray has responded to the Rachel Nichols MVP
hello, baby.
statement. No, he just tweeted on his own account.
No.
SGA has the 6th worst individual defensive rating all time for an NBA MVP just last season. Joker has the 2nd worst individual defensive rating all time for an MVP in the 2021 season, but Luka can't win MVP, y'all. Carry on. Nice tweet. Good info from KG.
Let me ask you this, and this is just me thinking. Does it matter the effort that they put into the defensive end? Like if Joker and SGA are trying and just not defending well, do you view that differently than maybe Luka just not trying?
Yeah,
not defending well.
Yeah,
I do too. And
Dirk tried. He wasn't very good.
Right. Yeah, I would take that into account if I was looking at an award, but
I wouldn't take it into account with as well as Luka's playing offensively.
There are certain things that just override it.
Yes.
And what Luka's doing offensively, to me at least, overrides that.
The big story that overrides all that is Mark Cuban putting the blood on Jason Kidd's hands as well for trading Luka on the Intersections pod.
Some people got in their feelings. All I'll tell you is that it wasn't Michael Finley. And you can surmise who else was in the room.
It had to be personal then, especially when you look at what
the
Mavericks got for what.
Yeah, for not putting it out
measures,
there.
it's a generational player.
Right. I mean, by not putting it out there to get the best possible player,
exactly.
right?
You talk to one club who's basically your friend.
Right, and every other team calls and says, I would have given you 97 draft picks, right, or
Look
whatever.
At the Mikal Bridges trade.
Right,
I mean,
5
literally.
number ones, yeah. But I think there was animosity between our former general manager and some people on Luka's team, his agent and some of the people that worked around them. I don't think they got along. I think there were issues that, J. Kidd had coached with Anthony Davis and was close to him, and Nico was close to AD, right, since he was like 13 years old. And so I think, you talk about confirmation bias, that there was some of that as well. But, that doesn't justify it for, our coach and our general manager to stand up and trade our best player.
What did Jason Kidd say to Mark when he called him yesterday, which he did after this story came out? Also telling Brad Townsend when asked about it, when are we going to move on? When are we just going to move on? Now, look, there's a lot of Mavs fans who are saying kind of what you said last night. I'm dead. I'm dead inside. I can't get mad about this all over again. It's done and it's over with. Well, the current part that kind of goes against that statement is your head coach. Right. It's not all in L.A.
Right.
You still have someone. You fired Nico, justifiably. What is the Mavs fan base going to do with Jason Kidd starting Friday at the AAC and then Sunday when Luka comes back to the Metroplex? I'm not just totally saying this is done and it's over with. I still have a guy who told me, by the way, arrogantly, I know what the F I'm doing. Let me just remind all you little small basketball playing reporters. That's his quote. I know what the F I'm doing. Well, your ass traded Luka Doncic. So, yeah, you're a Hall of Fame basketball player, and you've had some success afterwards, no doubt about it, and you're a brilliant, basketball mind on the floor. You still traded Luka Doncic. That goes on your resume, and Mark Cuban, for some reason yesterday, made sure everybody knew it.
This is
and I still got to think about that guy leading my team moving forward. That basketball mind.
I was trying to think of the time he snapped at the reporter a couple weeks back when it came up. I was trying to remember the exact quote, so I was just Googling around for it. And this popped up totally separate from January 24th when he was asked if he could do something, if he wishes he could have done something to stop the Luka trade. And Jake had said, no, I think it's 1 year. Next year will be 2 years. Luka's moved on. We've moved on. That's just business. It's like, okay, well, that definitely, especially like when we have the context of, yes, you're verified, involved. That sounds like you very much are like Nico, and it makes me question everything, and I don't want you around anymore. I think this coming out and being confirmed, which, assuming Mark is not just lying to blow things up. Because if I was Jason Kidd, that's what I would be saying. Mark's on the outside now. He doesn't even know what's going on in the organization. Right. He didn't know this trade was coming until it happened. You can't trust Mark. I did not have a hand in this. You could totally do that if you wanted. But I think if Mark's correct, that is the same standard that Nico was held to. Luka has to be, or Jason Kidd has to be fired, like immediately.
It's
immediately
fired. Out. If you
but Dumont signed off. How's Dumont going to fire him for the thing that Dumont signed off on?
Same way he fired Nico for something he signed off for. I didn't know, and y'all convinced me, and now I see that was stupid, so y'all are fired.
But he's only...
Was Nico only fired for Luka, do you think? Or do you think he was fired for everything after that?
I think he was fired for everything after that.
Yeah.
It was just the defiance, whereas, like, Kidd has shut his mouth.
Stupidity, the public relations stupidity.
Yeah. So, like... Kid shutting his mouth and just going, well, I'm not going to call any attention. That's earned him time.
I think so.
Yeah.
And we can't have like too much turnover. I mean, we're all just guessing.
We can.
Here.
They're awful.
They're
pretty bad. Turnover. They're bad.
Like I said, I've lost a lot of my energy for it.
Can I be completely honest about Cooper Flag for a sec? Like this whole thing, this whole situation, because somebody said, do y'all still stalk your exes? Somebody just texted that to us. Do y'all stalk your exes as much as you talk about Luka? He's gone. Let him go. Do you guys just check up on him?
A lot of people do.
There's a little bit of the movie. I told somebody this at the Firehouse last week, or 2 weeks ago. When you watch the movie, right, and it's like the dad left before the kid was born, and the kid's there, and mom's a jerk to the kid. And it's a little bit like, you look too much like your daddy. You just remind me of your dad. That's all I see when I look at you. I will say, like, honestly, and I've seen some of this on the fan text, it can be hard for me sometimes, like, to just, like, fully embrace the whole new Cooper Flag era. Because it's a little bit like, it's just a reminder of what's not here anymore.
Yeah, I lost my sports innocence that day. Like, I did. Like, I lost a lot of it. I know you guys haven't been divorced, but, like, anybody's been divorced, no matter how you got divorced, whether it was a amicable or not, drive by that house. Tell me it doesn't bring up some feeling. It's tough.
Yeah.
It brings up feelings, man. It just does. And, it's not.
I'm not getting over the all-time worst trade in the history of the NBA in the second year. I'm sorry.
You're not going to get over it.
Now while the guy's scoring 40 every damn night.
And you got to see it.
And I still got the head coach. Now,
if he went and played in Spain for Real Madrid and finished his career there, we would never see it. It's not on SportsCenter.
To Bobby's point, right? Like, a lot of Mavs fans, get rid of AD. I don't care if you get the fair value. It'll help me get over it. Just get him out of my sight. Get Nico out of here. And I just want to know what's going to happen Friday and Sunday at home. I want to know if it'll be any chance, faint chance, or will they bring the Nico energy?
I like this from 214. I wouldn't stalk my ex, but I would definitely look for my girlfriend if she got kidnapped, and that's what happened with Luka.
So what happens?
I think I don't know if it's we talk about it. Does it reach the public consciousness enough where 16,000 people sitting in the AAC are aware that it was said by Mark Cuban? I don't know.
Right.
I think there are going to be people there who will know. I just don't know if it's a big enough story yet to hit the consciousness of everybody who would casually walk in to buy a ticket to sit in the AAC.
What about by Sunday, Luka back?
That's going to be another.
And Mavs fans are passionate.
Luka has glared at Kid every single game. Every single game they played against him, he's given him the glare, and so that whole context may rile it up again, and then, it'd be bad. But, I mean, this is his second time he's come back or third?
More than two.
This would be
the third.
3.
Yeah. So, I mean, these are always going to be emotional games for people.
Yeah, they are.
Chris Mannix is reporting that the Mavs, they're going big game hunting. I know Newey Scruggs came on KNC yesterday and explained why Michael Finley should be. And by the way, my apologies to Finley, because I had heard that Finley was also behind the Luka trade. That was wrong. So my bad on that. Mike, if that somehow got back to you, bad information that I got on my end, because Cuban says, hey, it was not Finley. Mavericks are reportedly looking at names like Sam Presti and
yes, sir.
Brad Stevens to run the team. Quote from Mannix, friend of the show, I'm told Patrick Dumont is aiming high. Among the names on the list are those guys, along with Minnesota president of basketball operations Tim Connolly and Cleveland's top exec also in the mix.
You have to make Sam your first call.
Well, you can call all you want.
He's going to say no.
Yeah.
But you have to.
So is Brad Stevens.
Yes, but you have to call them.
Sure.
They have to be your first calls. Take a shot.
Just like you should have called the league when you were deciding to deal the guy.
And this is not an April Fool's.
Yeah.
This is not an April Fool's joke, right? This isn't just like an NBA Centel.
No, the April Fool's joke is like the Mavs Twitter account saying J.K. was fired today. That was like an hour ago.
Oh, crap. So, no, if you look at Presti, the one thing I could say is the one aspect that might save you a little bit is the idea of I can build again. If you're somebody who really enjoys the build, if you're Presti and you're I've already built OKC and I'm here, give me something new. Oh, okay, I get flag and I get a chance to build around him.
Could the Cowboys end up using half their draft on the offensive side of the ball? That's next. And B-Lo, right here on The Fan.
After we get you over to basepowercompany.com/thefan. Base Power.
Ball, we're the ball knowers, and we just talk ball. Could the Cowboys actually improve their offense in the draft? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation. What is the earliest, like without knowing what the position is or anything else, what's the earliest they could use a pick on an offensive player where you wouldn't melt down?
Fourth round?
Well, not the fourth pick. They don't have that one.
Fourth round. 12th.
You, what position would you be okay with them taking on offense at 12? Offensive line?
Yeah.
But nothing else?
If Tate is available, or if Tate is as good as advertised and he's available, and that opens up an opportunity to move on, to pick up a first for Pickens, I'd be down. I can understand. I can understand that. It's not about. I'm still in team building mode. I'm always in team. I'm ABB. Always be building.
They got
Not my preferred. My preferred is corners. But if it falls that way, I'm not saying anything.
If the defense is completely depleted and that has pushed Francis Maui-Noa, the offensive lineman from Miami, down the board, then yeah, I could be talked into that potentially if I can't trade out. Because that's a good player. That's a really good. That's really good value. That's somebody who could go as high as 3.
I just for years people have said best player available. Don't trade.
McClay told us while we were in Indy. Said what was it? You gave him the analogy of a 7 versus an 8.
Yeah.
Even something that low where it's not even like a 10 versus a 7. A 7 versus an 8. He said he'd rather go the 8 even if it's not a need.
You can't say never trade away from a good player or whatever, and then one is there. And then all of a sudden, just say I can't have that pick or I can't have that position. That's just me. It's like, if it's there, it's there.
Well, we've got one of our first outlets that has produced a full 7-round mock draft, which means we have all 8 selections for the Dallas Cowboys. And it's ESPN, it's Matt Miller's. Now, you guys read the first 2 picks the other day on Monday, correct? You and Eric had gone over the first 2 picks?
Yeah, we did. It was McCoy and then the one I had a real problem with.
Which was, I'm guessing, Eric loved it because I believe Eric does love him. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, the safety from Toledo, was the second pick. Why would you be out on that? Just the position or the player?
No. Go back to last year's draft. Since NIL, you do not, and I mean do not, take G5 guys early. Do not. If they're worth a damn, they've already moved on to the Big Ten or the SEC.
Wasn't Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo?
I have no idea.
He was.
When was he picked?
2 years ago.
That's early NIL. Going back to last year. Go back to last year.
Will that be one draft?
Go back to last year. 3. There were 3 of the top 95 players taken for the group of 5. Don't do it anymore.
All right.
Take a group of 5 early. Bad idea. These guys are... You want to talk about lottery tickets? That is your ultimate lottery. If they're worth it, they're already at a big school.
Well, they go Jermod McCoy, the cornerback from Tennessee at 12, which I think that's just a hand me. Like that's, they have a need. Here's a player who plays that position and is a good player. Let's match him up. I don't necessarily think that'd be somebody they would take at 12 because I just think they want to.
He looks the part. Yeah. Like Broadus, listening to him on G-Bag yesterday, get excited over McCoy, sent me down a highlight rabbit hole, and I am on the fence. I am officially on the fence because he is man. He is a damn baller.
Now you had to watch those plays on Betamax because that was the last time that he played.
Listen, I asked my my Titans guy.
Well,
and I said, "What do you do with a player like this?" And he says, "You have to go by what your doctors say."
Yeah. That's why it does not matter what we say. Right. If a doctor has told them one thing, it doesn't matter what you hire these doctors for very specific reasons. If your doctor has said one thing, as the Ravens showed us, it doesn't matter. Where they just go, nope, we're trusting him. We hired this guy to make these decisions for us. We're not doctors. We vetted this person and said, you are the expert that we want to make these calls for us, and they've told us this is what it is. So, yeah, I mean, they could be even comfortable that he'll be fine for, the rest of his career. But I think for them, if there's any question about him contributing early, no. And I think that's how they would have to look at it, is that there's just so many questions. You've never seen him play as an adult. He was, technically you have, but he was a teenager. He was 19 when he played. You've never seen him play. You haven't seen him play since he was 19. It's been 2 years, basically, since he stepped on a football field. That's a lot to say, I'm going to take my biggest piece of draft capital and devote it to that question, especially coming off of Savone Revel, where you felt like you got a steal. You got a deal in Savone Revel. And then he went out there, and it's like, yeah, this is...
what if Revel balls this year? Let's say McCoy is available next year. After Revel balls this year. Does that change your mind on the thinking on McCoy?
Well, it changes my mind that I just wouldn't feel I need a corner as much.
I know.
No, that's what I'm saying.
No, but I'm talking about in terms of your injury mindset.
No, it doesn't change mine.
Why? Revel's balling out in year 2.
Yeah, so to me, it's just I don't know what you're going to be when you come back. I would have been opposed to taking Revel. Revel was, by a lot of estimations, people thought he was a first-round talent. Yeah. He had that kind of ability. I was completely opposed to the idea of taking Savone Revel in the first round. I was worried about taking him in the second. Third, give it to me. But that's the same sort of thing with McCoy. Don't want to take him in the first because I just don't know. Second, I could probably be talked into. Third, absolutely. That's how I look at those players.
Broadus thinks that the training camp injury to Revel That's the one that got him. Having to play with the brace.
The one his dad broke on the G-Bag Nation wireless.
Yeah.
Which is still hilarious to me that's how some news gets broken these days. Is we're talking with Savone Revel's dad. He's like, yeah, he's hurt, by the way. He's had a problem. He's going to be out for the next 12 weeks.
Yeah. Man, I guess I'll put myself out there. All right.
Oh, you've been coaxed.
Broadus, I'll blame you. All right. And I might want to throw Brian some love after this beanbag video Bobby put up. If all the big names are wiped out at 12, okay? If they're all gone and we hear afterwards that they tried to trade back and could not, even for 80 cents on the dollar, and they pick McCoy, I think I'll come in Friday morning being okay with it. I'll be more okay with it at 20. Let's see if he falls at 20. Let's see if he drops on there. But I'm giving the caveat that Downs and Styles and Bain and those types of guys are gone.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried to trade back, and I couldn't. I'll be excited about watching the highlight tapes until I find out if he can run in Oxnard.
Which he ran yesterday.
4.38.
Ran a 4.38.
Did Revel? I'm sorry, real quick. Did Revel run?
No, I don't think so.
After
Revel's injury was more recent.
What else?
Revel's had occurred the previous fall. It was September, and so it was 6 months later. McCoy is a year and a half past his injury.
What else does a DB do at a pro day?
They'll do vertical. They'll do broad jump. He tested well yesterday. He had almost an 11-foot broad jump. The vertical was 38. He had some good numbers yesterday. They'll do 3-cone. They'll do bench sometimes. But the big thing is also just drills.
Yeah, they do. So the drills, you're getting a lot of cutting and stuff.
Yeah. So he had a couple videos yesterday that were out that he looked okay. I mean, it didn't look like great to me, but I'm also not a scout.
Yeah.
It didn't look explosive to me when I was watching the drills.
Right. It's always the year after anyway. I don't know,
it is
man.
The year after for him.
Yeah, it is.
2
right?
years.
Look. My biggest thing with him, and I'll just be honest as a Tennessee fan. My biggest thing with him is not the knee. It's 2026. Not worried about knees anymore.
Is it his agent?
No.
Oh, okay.
Who's his agent?
David Mulligata.
Oh, damn.
Oh
God.
The best in the game, baby.
Not for Jerry and Steven.
I'll be honest. He was cleared to play. They were still in it at the time, and decided they didn't want to come back. That's my biggest issue. Why? Team still had a chance. They had one loss. They had home games ahead of them. They had winnable games.
How many games did he sit out while technically clear?
It was like half the year.
Half the year.
You know, like two lost teams got in. Right? 2 lost teams got in. They had home games against Oklahoma and Vandy. They win them both. They're in. They were favored in both.
Draft preservation, baby.
Okay.
I'm going in the first. I'm going if I'm his agent, I'm putting this in his ear.
Yeah.
I'm playing devil's advocate.
Yeah, I get it.
You sit out half the year, you're still going round 1. You come back, you get hurt. You may go in the 5th.
Well, just love the game. I mean, it doesn't.
Well, I love the bank account.
I know. You know, like,
love the bank account.
This is my issue with Scooble. You know, Scooble didn't want to pitch at WBC because he's got all this money coming. He's going to get the money anyway.
What if he blew out his arm? For a fake exhibition.
What if he
for a wannabe Olympics?
Sorry. Oh,
for a wannabe Olympics.
I bet you if he played for if he played for the Dominican, he wouldn't think that way because they think it's bigger. They think it's bigger, right? Venezuela thought it was bigger.
Third round, the Cowboys take Harold Perkins, linebacker from LSU. The 4th pick, deny Dennis Sutton, edge rusher, Penn State. If they got him in the 4th round, that's a steal.
This is Matt Miller.
Yeah, this is Matt Miller's mock draft at ESPN. That would be a steal. So 4 picks right there, all on defense. What do you need? You need nothing else, according to this mock draft, because the Cowboys, the rest of the way, go offense in this mock draft. In the 5th round, they take the Alabama tight end, Josh Cuevas. They've got, at the end of the 5th round, Jam Miller, the running back from Alabama. Cade Klubnik, quarterback, Clemson, who is not anybody that I'd be big on. And then Chase Roberts, the wide receiver at BYU. So they would use up half their picks, all their day 3 darts, basically, on the offense, which they were asked, Shoddy was asked about this the other day, about like, hey, would you guys still look to add anything on offense? And that's when we started talking about Guyton and some stuff. But he had said that Clayton Adams still walks into his office every day and just kind of raises his hand and goes, hey, I'm here. Remember, I'm over here too. We would like some stuff over here. And so Shotty, of course, is not going to forget that. He's a big offensive guy himself. But in this instance, this would be half of the picks, pretty much all your day 3 capital, just throwing it against the wall, seeing what sticks on offense.
Yeah, not ideal, but look, the Carolina Panthers drafted every single defensive position, and that didn't do anything for Matt Rule.
Now he's at Nebraska, yeah.
Yeah, now he's at Nebraska. So, not ideal, but if there's a deal offensively that you can't turn away from, explosion upgrade at tight end, I'm not giving Jaden Blue anything either. So if it's running back or tight end, day 3, okay, fine. The Texas Rangers are off to their best start since 2012. Let's talk about the offense with former hitting coach Brett Boone on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube next on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up with DF.
studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 1-1. Swing and a drive, well hit ball deep out into left center field. Ward going back on this one. He looks up and it's gone. Danny Jansen with his first home run as a Texas Ranger. It is a 3-run blast. Texas now on top 7-3.
Hixie with a call. You know this is your home for Rangers baseball, and Brett Boone, former Rangers hitting coach, of course, dominating the Odyssey podcast scene. I'm hearing promos and commercials read by Mr. Hollywood Brett Boone, and he is brought to you by Granger for the ones who get it done here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Brett, what are you seeing early on with the Texas Rangers? Best start since 2012, 8-3 yesterday over Baltimore, fourth straight win.
No, I've been watching it, and obviously I have a little bit of a bias just by working with those guys. The majority of that roster was intact a year ago, and I really want these hitters, especially the hitters. I love my pitchers over there in Texas, but I'm really excited when they do well. So it's great to see them get off to the start, 4-1, and I'll try to keep my bias out of it as much as I can. What I love that I'm seeing, I love at the top of the order. There's something Nimmo's bringing to that lineup that I think's in a real positive way. Obviously, McCutchen with two big at bats early for him. Coming out of left field, a late signing. He's getting on in years. He's had an unbelievable career, but what he's contributed already has been a real positive thing. Jansen hitting a home run yesterday. You're getting it from everywhere. It's good to see Berger come back. He was beat up and banged up last year. He had the hand thing at the end where he was day-to-day. To see him healthy, swinging the bat, he's got a couple homers early. Seager's going to be Seager. You just got to keep him on the field. You keep Cord Seager on the field, he's in that MVP category. He's in that MVP talk. So I see nothing but positive things. Lat's coming, getting called to duty with Degrom not being able to go for his first start, giving you a great start there. Gore looked great. Leiter looks like Leiter. I think he's going to get better and better as it goes on. The two guys that are the most established, Eovaldi and Degrom, had the two roughest starts, but I don't worry about them. I worry about them being healthy. If they're healthy, they're going to be good. This Texas Rangers pitching staff, we know they can pitch. The bullpen's a little bit of a question mark. That'll work its way out as the season goes on. But through the lineup, what I've seen so far, real positive. Great start, 4-1. But then again, we're 5 games in, so I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. But what I see so far, it looks great. It looks great, and I'm happy to see my guys swinging the bats early.
Booney, and obviously Nimmo, you mentioned him at the top, but one of the things for me, the bottom of the order, Carter and Higgy, or Carter and Duran. How important is the bottom of the order to really making an offense special, turning that lineup over, getting on base for the guys at the top?
Oh, I think that's huge. Duran, I sent him a text yesterday. He hit a homer. I know he hasn't hit a homer since 2024, and he loves his home run. But that's awesome to see. It's stuff like that. It's Evan Carter. He's down at the bottom of the lineup. We talked about it last week. I told Evan from the day I met him. I said, you're a left-handed Trey Turner skill set wise. You've got that type of ability. He's still young, still developing. Obviously, he came on the scene in that World Series year and was a huge factor. Been banged up with injuries. To keep him healthy, it's just, to see Higgy swinging the bat, got a couple big hits early. It's just kind of clicking right now on all cylinders for these guys. Yeah, the top, obviously the most important. Wyatt hasn't gotten it going yet, but he had a great spring. Wyatt's going to get it going. Jock Peterson. I love Jock, but he's off to a tough start again. It's tough when you have that type of year that he did a year ago, and man, you feel. I've been there, and I feel like you put the pressure of the world on you to, all right, I had a bad year last year. It's over with. Let's put it in the river, but let's get off to a hot start. And sometimes you can press too much coming out of the chute, and that's maybe what Jock's doing early. But hopefully he gets it going for this team as well.
Brett Boone joining us here on 105 through the Fan. You know, Brett, you talk about Jock there. We were also, having our own frustrations last year and into this season so far with Josh Young. And he's somebody who has shown so much promise at times, and yet it's frustrating to watch him struggle, where it's like, man, we know you've got this skill set within you. So far, 0 for 17 to start the season, but his whiff rate's lower. He's making contact. He's driving deeper into counts. Is that something where you're like, okay, there's some positive indicators that it could come around, or are there bigger things that you think still need to be fixed there?
I'll tell you what, if I'm 0 for 17, there's no positives. The whiff rate's down. Great. Gosh,
feels broken, Brett. Feels broken, man.
He is a talented kid. He's got some things in his swing where we've tried to work on it last year, and it's like that front move, that move just goes forward. It's tough for me to explain right now. When he gets it right and he gets that load right and that kick on time, he's a good player. A great breaking ball hitter, can handle any heater, but when he doesn't and he goes forward, he cuts himself off and he just jams himself. I'm seeing that early out of him, that move. And it's a combination. I've done it, believe me, where it's kind of an anxious move. It's like, I want to get things going, and you overdo it. It's tough. I watch him and I know it's in there and I know what he's capable of. But when he makes that move and it's a forward move, I always used to tell him, let's go down. Let's go down into the ground, not forward, with that big stride. Easier said than done. Everybody's quirky. Everybody's got their own setup, and everybody gets their load set a certain way. But if you load and that first move is forward, and that's what a lot of big leaguers get into. I did it throughout my whole career. I'd be time to time where I'm going forward. I got to go down into the ground. So it's early. I know. I see the frustration you guys are seeing. He's got it it's in there. The ability's in there. He's done it before, but man, I could imagine what he's going through right now, because he wants it to be good so much. And it's not clicking early, and you start to feel the pressure. As much as everybody always says, oh, we're 4 games in, we're 5 games in. Yeah, I can sit back and I know because of the season, because of the experiences I've had. Yeah, it is early. It's ridiculous. But I'll tell you, coming off a tough year, as a player, you put it on yourself to get off to a hot start. And as you don't get off to a hot start, the pressure mounts in your mind, and you need to be able to separate that and say, take a step back and go, yeah, I am only 4 or 5 days in. I've been around long enough to know that this will pass. But as players, we have a tendency to, man, I want to do it now. I need to do it now because of last year, and everybody's talking about it and this and that. And it's something we go through mentally as a hitter.
Odyssey Baseball insider Brett Boone joining us, brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by. Your review of the ABS system so far.
Really interesting. Another thing that I thought I'd never approve of. No, stay out of the game. Let these umpires. I'm kind of enjoying it. I'm enjoying it because I think it's just another strategic thing that you need to work out. I don't think it's easy. I'm thinking, if I'm managing this team, a big league team right now, and I'm going into spring training, when I sit the guys down and we have this talk about the ABS, what do I say? Do I say there's a pecking order and, okay, you're not allowed to challenge. You can't. Well, first of all, I think you take it out of the pitcher's hands, because that's an emotional situation. You can get caught up in the moment. I think you leave it to the catchers. I think all the games I've watched so far across baseball, I think the catchers do the best job percentage-wise. Sure. I don't know if that's the truth yet. It is. But that's what I feel. You leave it mainly to the catchers. Then it's like, okay, who do I let do it? Do I let a Corey Seager, who's got, has proved over time, over a decade, hey, I've got a pretty darn good eye here at the plate. So Corey has preference, like he can challenge. Is it the situation of the game? Is it late? Is it because you don't want to, in the second inning with 2 outs, nobody on, in an 0-2 count on a close pitch, Do you want a challenge right there? Well, it depends who's challenging, because as a hitter, I get emotional. And the first thing I do, it's my at bat. I'm not thinking straight when I'm in that batter's box sometimes. And if I just gut react to a pitch, go, no, that's not even close, boom, 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 and I'm wrong, we lose a challenge right here. So it's really interesting to me strategic-wise. I think as this goes on and players get used to it, I think they're going to really find their niche and when to do it and when not to do it. I think right now it's kind of a feeling out process for everybody. The thing about it is everybody's on an equal playing field. But it's really interesting to me how they go about, how do they determine who does it when? Are the guys talking between innings? I'm sure they are. Do you get to the 8th inning in a close game, go, hey, we've got 2 challenges left. Let's be real smart on when we use them. Yeah, if the bases are loaded or we got 2 runners on in a big pitch in a big situation, that might be a challenge point where, like I said, early in the game, nobody on base, not a big situation in a 1-1 count, maybe we don't challenge. So interesting, but I think it adds another element. Because this game is about what? Everything is about one thing, and that's the fans. And that's people putting butts in the seats and getting people talking about this great game of baseball. And I think this is one more thing that fans could grab onto because it's some more intrigue during the game. Oh, another challenge. Let's see if he's right. And it's, the music plays and it's do-do-do-do. He was right or he was wrong. So I think
it's a great presentation, too. Mm-hmm. It's drama.
It really is.
It's drama.
It really is. And I think that's what it's about. And the farther the farther I get away from being a player, the more open-minded I am to all these things. And in the back of my mind, I always think first and foremost, will the fans like it? Because that's the most important thing, and I think they do.
Did you know, how good was your? Did you know when a pitch is a half inch off the plate that it's definitely a ball? You gotta have the confidence to know that, right?
Absolutely. And these players, these hitters know they're really good within an inch. Here's the only difference. When I knew when I was going good, when I was locked in, I could tell you for sure 100, but not 100, but 99.9 whether that was a ball or that was a strike. Now, when I was struggling a little bit and I called it my left eye would leak. And by a centimeter, it would just slightly pull to the third base side. When I was doing that, I kind of got fooled on the outside pitch. It felt like it was farther away than it really was. But I knew when I was locked in and seeing it good and swinging the bat good, I was pretty darn accurate exactly what was a ball and what was a strike. But if you talk about that, you got to talk about something different. The umpires back then, we didn't have the box. There wasn't all this scrutiny. There wasn't all this technology. So basically it was before the game, the hitters go, all right, who's behind the plate tonight? X is behind the plate. Oh, he's a pitcher's ump. So it's going to be a big zone. We know the great umpires throughout history until modern day had their own strike zone. And what they did is they would establish that strike zone in the first inning. And it would be, okay, I'd take a pitch and he'd say, that's going to be a strike today, Booney. Okay, it might be an inch off the plate away. Well, the great ones, if they were given an inch off the plate away, I knew I was getting the inside corner. So that was going to be a ball. And the great ones stuck to it and were as consistent as they could be. So we had to adjust game to game depending on who was behind the plate. It was roughly the same strike zone, but everybody had their individual ones. The good ones would establish it early, and we knew what was a strike. I knew late in the game with a particular umpire, that ball right on the corner away, I got to be careful with that because he's calling that a strike, and he's been consistently doing it all game. So it was fine, and the good ones were really good. Now with the technology, the scrutiny, if I have to listen to commentators one more time talk about that one ball that hit the corner of the box, and that's all we talk about for the inning. So I think that's the reason for the change. Excuse me, that's the reason for the challenge. I think that's the reason going forward that you're going to just have a straight, there's no challenge. It's just the computer's going to do it. As long as the computer's good and accurate and can track Altuve perfect like they can Aaron Judge, I think it's the way of the future. And the thing for hitters is, at least I know it's the same umpire every single night, and I know it's going to be consistent. I think that's a positive thing for the hitter.
Incredible stuff as always, man. Thank you so much for the insight. Till next time.
All right, guys. Thank you.
The great Brett Boone, Odyssey Baseball Insider, enjoying this Rangers winning streak. Brought to you by Grainger, for the ones who get it done, delivered when and where you need him. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Bobby has what you actually need to know about the latest George Pickens headline in the Red Zone after this.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Let's update you with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, who has settled down here.
Gentlemen.
Just inexplicably settled down in the last hour and a half on Mike Garafolo. This is all stemming from Jerry Jones speaking at the owners' meetings in Arizona. And Jerry was asked, hey, have you talked to Mulugheta and George? No. No update on negotiations. Well, there's kind of a July 15th deadline. You think you might get something done before then?
I don't know. The franchise tag has an automatic time frame on it. And all of us will, and it's my plan and our thought that we'll all be working within the time frame of the conditions of the franchise tag. So it should play itself out, is the best way for me to say it. Make no mistake about it, we have long-term plans in mind for Pickens.
Well, Mike Garafolo, who, I don't feel like he has a reputation to just go ahead and try to create headlines and stir stuff up. Garafolo went on his Twitter account, NFL Network, and said, I asked Jerry if Pickens has said he wants negotiations to go through agent David Mulugheta. Jones said he's talked to agents over the years and has no issue doing that, but, quote, if he worked without an agent, he'd save a lot of money. After a pause, Jerry added, with me. If he worked without an agent, he would save a lot of money with me. Mike Florio, understandably to me, I know Florio's friend of the show, Pro Football Talk.
Sometimes he is.
Sometimes, yeah.
Depending on what Choppy said.
Depending on what Choppy drinks.
Listen, it's not...
depending on what Choppy drinks.
Yeah, I'm fine. I've got no beef.
Again, that wasn't the point. I feel like you still don't get it.
I live in my own world.
Yes, you do. Florio writes, Jerry Jones tries to get George Pickens to ditch his agent. And last night, I'm reacting to this myself, and I'm like, God, here we go again. Here we go again. I even had the thought in my mind, it's time to avoid Mulugheta clients because David Mulugheta is going to own Jerry and Steven yet again. He's going to try to cut David out. You're going to get punished in terms of the salary. That's going to be through the roof. You're going to get Micah 2.0'd, and then Bobby settled me down this morning in the 6 a.m. club.
Yeah, I would say, first off, to the idea of, like, maybe you should get rid of ban the Mulugheta clients. I think you're cutting yourself off from so many of the good players. I think, I got to see how far back it goes. He's on a pretty good run of every Super Bowl champion has had one of his players on it, I think, in the last few years. But I know that's sort of an exaggeration. But yesterday I talked to a couple different people on the beat. I was like, all right, is this Jerry doing again? Like, I don't even know the guy's name. Like, because that was very flippant last year when he did that. That was, don't even know him. I couldn't tell you. There was no joking there. This apparently was all a joke. This was like he said it.
Multiple people told you.
Multiple people
who
told
were
me,
there.
Multiple people who were there told me he was joking, and like so obviously joking, like one of those things where he does the little wink and then he laughs and then he walks off. Like, all right, guys, it was good seeing you. Like it was the closer type of line. Like, see you later.
And this is why reporters get and this business gets such a terrible name. Mm-hmm. Like, this is irresponsible on the part of Mike Garafolo, because then Florio writes about it, and what did you just see on television? And we would be on here talking about it unless, Bobby, if he didn't speak with 3 beat reporters that were there. Mm-hmm. It's an irresponsible journalistic job by Mike.
And then we see up there on First Take, we say Russo, go. You can't do that with the agent. You can't just cut him out. I still don't even know what
that's the headline.
Yeah, it's literally talking about the quote about he'd save a lot of money. Which, by the way, read the quote again. Because it doesn't make sense to me anyway, even as a joke. What is he'd save a lot of money with me? Like,
well, he's saying
Jerry would save money?
No, well, they both would. Jerry would save money, and then he's saying that George saved money by not paying an agent fee.
George would get more money then.
Yeah.
Saving money doesn't make sense.
Why would Jerry save money?
Jerry would save money because he would pay, theoretically, a lower total number. Like the agent might
you
get him.
can't both save money though.
Well, the agent might get him 40. Jerry might say, "I'll give you 38."
Oh, is he saying like you don't have to pay an agent fee?
You don't have to
so
pay
you save money
so
with me.
You save money by not paying an agent
fee.
fee. So you take 38 versus 40. You keep all the 38 instead of paying whatever the agent fee is. And
how is Jerry saving?
Well, because he's paying 38 instead of 40.
Because he's negotiating with a player instead of an agent who's not going to take it for a ride.
That doesn't make sense for him to say though.
Yeah,
you know,
no, it doesn't. No.
That's what I get. It was just it's a Jerry joke. It's Jerry joke. It's the thing you talk about. The billionaire laugh.
But it wasn't a joke last year.
No, it wasn't. And then we all saw the quote. He goes, "I don't know who that is. I've never dealt with him. Don't know who he is." But like now, I think it's reached such a point. It's like when Jerry held up at the Zeke press conference where they re-signed him, he held up a shirt that said Zeke who, and he was like, "Look at this, we got this in the pro shop, guys." He was apparently totally joking and said it as like a. He said it as he was working the room. He had a crowd there. He was cracking some jokes, and he said I was told everybody could tell he was joking. Like he said it, and he did that little smile, that little grin, and he winked at everybody.
And it should have been reported as such. Bobby, I took the liberty of just kind of stealing it. And because I didn't want to put your name in it because I know Garofolo was a coworker of yours. But I can tag you. I can re-tag you. But I just said, just so everyone knows, apparently there were 3 Cowboy reporters who were there. Seems like an important note to include. But I quote tweeted Garofolo.
Yeah. No, that's yours. You can have it.
But I didn't want to cause a strife for you.
No, you're good.
All right. Yesterday at the owners' meetings, we got some new rules moving forward.
Yeah, we do. They got 5 new rule changes that are coming to the NFL this coming year. Now, some of them are kicking related, but one of them is they're going to permit the kicking team to declare an onside kick at any time during the game. I really do like this one because I'll be honest. The surprise element of the onside kick, it's great. That's great.
It's great.
The NFL never removes entertainment. They removed entertainment here with this one. Like, go back and think of all the moments in the history of the Super Bowl. Is Sean Payton not calling an onside kick at a halftime?
That's all I remember from that game.
So it almost cost the Cowboys Super Bowl 30. Cowher called an onside kick at a halftime. They collected it. They went down the field, and all of a sudden the momentum shifted.
It's like, I mean, that was an amazing moment in that game. They don't win that game without it.
Yeah, the surprise onside kick is one of my favorite plays in the NFL.
And I still don't know that they collected it. Hank Basket will tell you, and with his wife, Kendra, is she still, I don't know if they're still married or not, but he would say, I had that ball the entire time. But still, either way, that was one of the most, that was literally the most important kickoff in Super Bowl history. I don't even know if it's close.
Desmond Howard.
Yeah, I was going to say, somebody won a whole MVP for it.
Was that a punt or a kickoff?
No, he had a kickoff return.
Still, this is more important.
Don't question my knowledge.
I'm saying this is. I didn't watch Super Bowls back then. I didn't start watching
Tim
them
Dwight.
next year.
Tim Dwight's was pretty big. That made it like that made the Super Bowl like 34-9.
Yeah, that was big. That was big. But so the fun is gone. The NFL took away that. They're also going to fix a loophole, and this is interesting. So it used to be that when the other team got penalized and you got to kick off at the 50. In this new kickoff rule, you didn't just, if you kicked it out of bounds, it didn't just go to the 40. It went 25 yards to the initial kickoff spot. So then you got to kick the ball at the 25. So you kicked it out of bounds, you just put the ball at the 25. They've gotten rid of that. They're modifying the alignment requirements for the players in the setup zone. But what I really like is what they're going to do in the event of replacement referees. So they're going to allow the NFL officiating department to correct clear and obvious misses made by on-field officials that impact the game in the event there's a work stoppage. I hope they do this, and I hope they keep this.
No, hell no. This is what this is.
You don't like this?
No, this is their cover for not negotiating with the refs.
No, I forget about
that. But I'm saying
bring the refs back, but this needs to stay.
I'm saying if they do this, they're going to be slower on bringing the refs back, and we're going to have to deal with the bad refs again.
Yeah,
that's what they're going to do.
The alternative is that you're going to have bad calls, first couple of weeks that aren't going to get overturned.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been looking at this too.
Me too.
I'm not going to have enough time to go through it, but
That sounds like good stuff for tomorrow.
Yes, it does. Jeremy Fowler, our buddy, ESPN, dropping a little Eagles friction. Cover that, Garofolo.
Yeah, the headline over here on ESPN, they're doing it on ESPN right now. Jalen Hurts changed play calls in Philadelphia to what some felt was an excessive degree as they face a crossroads this season.
Yeah, thanks to T. Rainey, the headline, and then we'll get back to you. Jalen Hurts stands at a crossroads. Despite his immense success, sources say he has a hand in the Eagles' offense becoming calcified, and frustrations have grown.
Okay, calcified.
If you are somebody
What's
in that
that mean when
organization,
you're calcified?
that's what I'm saying.
Hardened, right?
Calcified has to be a unique word to somebody in that organization. Where if I'm Jalen Hurts, I'm quickly find out which one of you uses this word.
Yeah.
That's too specific a word.
Yes. Yes.
And then, they're also going to allow personnel to consult with on-field officials when considering disqualifications for both flagrant football acts and non-football acts without that act being called on the field. So you could throw somebody out of the game theoretically for a late hit that doesn't get called on the field. Okay, I don't hate that's a safety issue, but yeah, and I understand what you're saying about them being slow with bringing the regular referees
Why
back.
did the refs come back? It was because of the Hail Mary. The Hail Mary with the Seahawks game is what brought the refs back. That was such a black eye for them. If they could have fixed that and killed whatever tension was there immediately, it would have allowed them to continue dragging on the negotiation.
I still think
the NFL doesn't bow to anybody. And so they if you got to really pressure them, and if they can just correct something like that, they're going to use that as their reprieve to actually get something done with the officials.
Am I a bad guy for not caring about the referees? Am I a bad guy for that? I just want.
You just want a worse game.
I want to watch football. I want them to get it right. I don't care about the referees.
You mean like their?
Yeah, I don't care about their
livelihood or winning their negotiation.
They don't. They're all part of my entertainment. And if you don't get paid for my entertainment, then I'm fine with that.
Your nostrils flare when you get
lying.
when he's getting real serious.
When
Real
I'm
serious.
lying,
He's
when
making
I'm
a
lying,
serious point.
When I'm lying, I don't look at you.
Really?
That's what I've been told by every woman in my life.
It is the Red Zone with your NFL changes here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. What Ranger bets are we making on Nate Eovaldi today? Let's talk about it with the KNC Masterpiece. Are they doing a show or are we doing the show for them? Next. Let me go ahead and get you set up with DFW Security.
into left center field. Ward going back on this one. He looks up and it's gone. Danny Jansen with his first home run as a Texas Ranger. It is a 3-run blast. Texas now on top 7-3.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece and figure out how to make more Ranger money today. Kevin Hagelin is giving me the posture.
So hopefully you followed the Jacob Degrom giving up a home run, but also why have you not played the J.K. Dobbins audio?
We were going to. We ran out of time.
No time like the present, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, why don't you set it up? I have not. I purposely did not watch
haven't
it.
listened? Oh,
No.
baby.
J.K. Dobbins is doing good things and is a good person, talking about his football camp and helping people out. And people like Bobby, who are posting messed up videos about Broadus, need us to hear this audio.
I also love to touch, kids of, a different type of upbringing. I love to touch the kids who don't have it as fortunate as others, and so Mexico City was a great opportunity for me because I want to touch the kids. I want to touch them. I want to be able to, and not only in English, but in Spanish.
No, that's amazing.
He's trying to do good things, Bobby.
I want to touch the kids. I want to touch them.
I want to touch them. I don't care what language I touch them in. I want to touch them in English and Spanish.
And Espanol.
Yeah, when he went back to it the third time, that broke me. First two, I was rolling my eyes. Here we go, children. Third time.
I want to touch them in English and
It's one of those things where you say
Spanish.
It's one of those things where you say it, and then you're just like, I can't get off this description. I can't come up with a synonym.
Play it again, Peyton.
Oh, man.
I also love to touch, kids of, a different type of upbringing. I love to touch the kids who don't have it as fortunate as others, and so Mexico City was a great opportunity for me because I want to touch the kids. I want to touch them. I want to be able to, and not only in English, but in Spanish.
That's the part at the end.
I want to touch them. I don't know any other way to say it. I just want to touch them.
Zach would defend this comment.
Golly.
Sure what that means?
Our dinner?
Oh, I know, Chop. Just try to distance myself from it.
All right, give me an underdog Rangers play. I've gone $75 for the outright win with Nate on the mound. I was scared. I thought it was Rocker, but Choppy quickly corrected me. Thank goodness. I'm letting it ride again.
Yeah, because they've had to put the Rocker in the bullpen to supplement for Lats, and now they don't know who's going to start on Friday. I
got discounted the money back. I think they actually gave me money for some reason.
Because he didn't play, right?
For Josh Young.
Yeah.
Alonso got the strikeout and the Rangers won, so that was part of the underdog parlay. Any other feels?
I mean, if he's in the lineup.
I don't know if we should say feels after that last audio clip.
I think you got to stick with the Young strikeout. What's the...
Maybe I should start capitalizing on Jock.
Yeah. What's the Evaldi number at?
Fails Jock.
Number for what?
For strikeouts.
I gotta get into it.
I did an underdog
Nate?
bet.
You talking about Nate?
Yeah.
It's 5.5.
Do mine.
5.5.
Do mine, Sean.
Oh, yeah.
A Wyatt Langford home run. And then under 17 and a half outs for whoever's pitching for the Orioles today. I don't
Under
know.
17?
Trevor Rogers.
So he'd get 5 and 2/3.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
And what did you put on that? That'll pay a lot.
$25. It'll pay out like $200.
The thing with Rogers is if
A
he
home
gets
run for Langford and getting somebody out in the fifth inning.
Yeah.
You got anything for Nimmo? Like
In
what
the
are
sixth inning.
because he's got 2 hits in every game since the first game.
They have
That is
total.
true.
They have hits,
Total bases.
RBIs, plus
And
runs at
It's
1.5.
Hits, runs,
And
RBIs.
Berger's currently chasing DiMaggio's hit record. So
Yeah.
If Berger doesn't get
he
a
is.
hit, he gets a strikeout.
Yeah, what's Nimmo's totals?
Nimmo's 1.5 hits, runs batted in, 1.5 total bases, half a hit if he gets a hit,
It's a hit.
or a run, or a run batted in.
you said bases total. That first one I like a lot.
All right,
I like
that doesn't
a lot.
count walks. So
Hits, runs, RBI.
Jake
Hits, runs,
Berger.
RBI.
Jake Berger has 21 at bats. 19 of them are a hit or a strikeout.
Yeah, it's
all
right
right.
now. It's
I'm doing that. KNC talked me into the 1.5
Yeah.
over for that. Berger, should I do a strikeout?
yes.
Or go back to Young on the strikeout.
Oh, they won't let me do a strikeout for Berger.
Okay, good.
Oh,
I like that better.
You think Young's going to play again? I mean, they have to play.
Yeah, but that's one of the things. It's just like injuries. They'll just
they already
they'll
announced
back
the
it out.
roster.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Duran has to be playing third again, right?
Give me one. I just saw it a minute ago.
There's no way. Man, they I can't get strikeouts. Okay. There's no way Young's playing.
Nimmo, Langford, Seager, Berger, McCutchen, Jansen, Young, Duran at second base.
Hang on a second. Where's Young? Where's Young in the lineup?
Seventh. Haggerty's in left field. So this is the lefty lineup.
Yeah.
This is the right-handed hitting lineup.
I'm going one strikeout for Josh.
Yep.
Duran saved himself a little bit last night too. Josh Smith's kind of off to a clunky start, so.
That is one good thing I really like about Underdog is if that person doesn't play or they get hurt, they'll pull that out and adjust the odds if you still win anyway.
Chop, you got a problem at your home with a youth sports event today?
I do have a problem at home. So my youngest made the meet of champions for hurtling.
Nice.
On the 110s. He's the district champ, so he's in the meet of champions.
Choppy, would you understand when you said meet of champions? I thought this was going in a different direction.
Yeah, I can understand.
Nathan's
Meaties.
my house. Yeah, Nathan's hot dog kind of situation.
One of the moms got made a bunch of signs for all the kids.
She's a meat champ too.
So
she has a kid.
She is a meat champ apparently. So made some of the signs for all the kids, and for Julian it was "Let's go Julian Woo" and "Chop Chop Hurdle." Okay, but there's all these signs here, all these signs for all the kids. Julian got word of this, and he is instructed.
He has edits.
He was screaming and yelling in the car on the way to school today about he's instructed me to get the sign and rip it into a million pieces and throw it in the trash.
Just do 2 pieces.
Why? He is so embarrassed. This is so embarrassed. He doesn't want. He refuses to allow any pictures taken of him. He doesn't want us cheering. Nothing.
No, this is.
He doesn't
nothing.
get to make that decision.
No, he doesn't. If that mom made that, you ask her to make 2 more.
2 more,
so that you can each hold 2.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
So I'm a big proponent of embarrassing my children.
Sure.
Like when they
although you won't play them on the radio, you respected that.
I will respect that.
That's because he's scared of someone else.
They don't want to be playing. Well, when I pick up.
Oh, I get it.
How is he the biggest class clown? Make the jokes, make everyone else uncomfortable,
the doctor uncomfortable,
and then doesn't want any of the attention.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
He's embarrassed by us. So like when I drop him off at school or somewhere and the radio's on, he will get up, turn the radio down, and then open the door. Whoa. He doesn't want the radio. He doesn't want to hear. He thinks it's embarrassing. If I were to roll the window down, dude, what are you doing?
Oh, I turn Taylor Swift on full blast whenever I pick my kid up, and just like roll the windows down, and he gets in. And he gets immediately turns it off.
So mad at me, so mad.
Do you ever yell "You love him" out the window?
All the time.
I do yell that. I do that, and he acts like I'm not there.
Sure.
So I don't know what to do. I'm going to go to this thing tonight. I'm going to have a sign. I'm taking one of these signs.
Yeah. What's he going to do? Leave the competition?
What if he has
run faster because he's angry?
Or what if if it's in his head, he hits the hurdles?
That's what you should do. Is he just going to run one time?
He runs the 110, and then I think he qualified in the 4x2.
Tell him if he does well in his first event, you'll tear up the sign.
Oh, motivation.
But if not,
I didn't
you'll
know this
have
about
more
hurdling.
signs.
I never hurdled.
You got to jump.
I didn't know this. He said you're supposed to clip every hurdle.
With what?
With your leg. You're supposed to.
Oh.
And I said, why?
Which
he goes,
one?
What?
Not your third, right?
He said if you
knuckleballs.
If you're spending you're spending too much time in the air.
Meat champ.
You're spending too much time. If you
I
go
did
too
not know
high,
that.
You're spending too much time
But
in the air.
You don't want to knock it over because
No, you want to just barely clip it.
Watch Bill Cosby do it.
Well,
all-time episode.
Do what?
That's not a joke.
Wow, yeah.
No, did he do the hurdles or was
that.
it just running?
You're right.
I think they were just.
Screw you and your Cosby historical
I really
knowledge.
like that show
I was
too
just
much.
referring to the meat, okay?
Yeah.
What's on the show, Corey? The meat champ.
Sean. Like we have an hour show today.
Oh, you know what?
He's going to loop J.K. Dobbins.
What are we even supposed to? Yeah, what are we even supposed to do?
Forget
Sean,
I asked.
with this. I did look this up though because a lot of times. By the way, for Avery for his graduation, getting a big cardboard cutout of his head as a child.
Nice.
Or that one time I shaved half of his head and then left the rest of it.
Man, I need
I'm
a
going to
fat
hold
head
that
for
up
him.
during his graduation, and I'm going to be air horn dad. A lot of people are afraid of quicksand, right?
Yeah.
They were as children. I always spent too much time thinking about elevator death. and getting trapped in an elevator.
Did you ever think if you jumped at the last second it would be okay?
Yes, always. Just be prepared for that.
I thought that got it stuck.
Roughly 1 in 100,000 trips results in a stuck elevator every year in the U.S.
This man had it happen here at this new building.
Over 1 million elevators.
It was like my 9th trip, so I already beat the odds.
20 billion trips per year. And an average of 1 in 100,000. That's 200,000 stops per year. That's according to NKY Tribune. You look it up. New York
Northern
Knicks,
Kentucky
something
Tribune,
like that.
yeah.
No one's dying. So now my fear is even more, as this is 200,000 a year, and it could be me at some point.
Every day, Bobby. I don't like the way this feels. I don't like the way this sounds.
Yes, this morning.
I don't like the way this sounds or feels. Is the gum still there?
I
Is
don't
the
even
gum
ride
still
down the
there?
elevator with y'all most days.
Yeah, most days you do. Otherwise, you co-host with K and C.
Yeah.
Why?
Oh, yeah. Do you want to stick around for the hour?
I would. I got to go get filled.
Why is
Sean is making me.
What? What did he just say?
Sean said he wanted me to get filled, so I got to do it.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
You going to the dentist, I hope?
He said I just seem a little cranky when I'm not
Oh
filled.
my goodness.
This filled.
Yeah. Okay.
Why is Mark Cuban doing this now? Why did he do that yesterday?
He wants to
because
create chaos and buy the team back for a discount.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. He's going to buy the team back for $3 billion more than he sold it for. Good business.
More importantly, let me ask you, because we have less time. Will Jason get the Nico fan treatment Friday or Sunday when Luka comes back?
I don't think so.
Jason Kidd has a connection to Mavericks.
That is
fans
true,
also.
man. He still won a title here.
He won
Drafted, a title. He
People were
coached you
turning
to-
on Finley when they thought he was responsible and he took the beer. People
never
were
won.
ticked.
Never won a
People
title.
turned on Finley when he just went to San Antonio as like a role player that they wanted out of here.
Ooh.
He never won. He was a joker.
Oh.
Joker.
Wait a sec. Hold on. Let me ask this. Michael Finley more loved Maverick than Jason Kidd?
I don't think so.
No?
Which is,
I
you
love
know
Michael
it's
Finley.
Jason
I love
Kidd.
Michael Finley, too.
Because they've welcomed him back, and Jason Kidd has effed over the Mavericks multiple times.
He has.
And we
Remember
still
he left to go to
welcomed
the
him
Knicks?
back.
He won, man.
Exactly, because he was a huge part of that title team. So I don't think they will. But for Mark Cuban, what does he care? What are they going to do to him? He already has no say in the team, and they're not going to. The ownership, nobody can do anything to him. And also, he always says whatever he feels like saying. So I just think it's a matter of he's like, yeah, I'll tell you. What are they going to do?
Yeah.
And I think
no
he's
power
always
already.
1 foot out of the door guy.
Yeah.
Everywhere, like every time, he's always kind of been right there. So he's already probably thinking my agent's getting me set up for my next job anyway.
Amari Stoudemire made the Hall of Fame.
Well, that's cool.
Should he be?
Six-time
What a
NBA.
pathetic
No, yeah,
Hall
he
of
made
Fame
it.
That is.
He's in.
Good for him.
Six-time
And
All-Star.
Belladonna.
You can't have him in. I mean, he's done well. He's done well.
Dude, they should blow
He's
up.
no Dolph Shays.
They should
I mean,
tear
how
down
is
that
Pete
whole.
Newell not on the top college basketball coaches list of all time?
They should tear down that whole building. There's no bigger joke in sports. than-
Mr. Silver, tear down this wall.
Wait, they should tear down the Basketball Hall of Fame building or the First Take building?
Basketball Hall of Fame.
Ooh,
Yes.
if you
Yes.
got to go through the Basketball Hall of Fame and cut everybody that you didn't think belonged, what percentage of people in that Hall of Fame do you think would survive?
2%.
A lot of
2%.
No. We
Not
went through the
40,
list. We went through
30?
the list a couple weeks ago. It's not as egregious as we've
70?
Yeah.
You think 70?
70 would-
Probably. That's a good number.
I just hate how they take the easy way
get
out and
it.
combine everything.
it.
What'd you do in the Olympics? And what'd you do for this? And what'd you do in college?
What about high school?
What about high school?
They're big on equal rights.
All right.
That's Jaden Ive.
Go, Bobby.
Gotta have a
Go.
title. You gotta have a
Please find the person to hook you up and take it before the show tomorrow. The KNC Masterpiece is next. Go Rangers!
But first, I'm not done yet.
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. And we don't have a lot of time today, so we have to move. 877-881-1053. How is everybody out there in Radio Land? Or the Twitch or the YouTube if you want to weigh in, gentlemen. How y'all doing?
You told me not to talk today. You said don't waste any time on air.
I mean,
and I was
hold
like,
on.
wow.
So me saying don't waste any time on air, you have interpreted
Every
as
time
don't
I talk is wasting time is what I thought whenever you said that to me this morning.
That is a fascinating take. Not quite what I was shooting for, but okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Go ahead
so I'm
then.
not talking anymore.
Oh my God. Give me cut number 1. And let's talk about those Texas Rangers.
The 0-1 lifted high into the air, pretty deep left field. Ward going back to the track at the wall. It is gone. A rainbow home run to left for Ezekiel Duran. That's his first since the 2024 season. He's given Texas a 1-0 lead.
Specifically, I believe it was since September of 2024, Ezekiel Duran gets his first home run in a Major League Baseball game. I guess at the regular season level, he had some in spring training. Wyatt Langford, he had a triple.
That was a nice triple, dude.
He got a couple of hits, kind of hopefully make people feel better. Seager, home run, couple of hits as well.
You say kind of hopefully make you feel better.
Not me, other people.
Okay. Yeah. And I think it should, because in this world of hitting, these guys do have a mentality of, I went 0 for 4. We talk about this a lot here on the show.
Sure.
I had a bad show. I get to do it tomorrow.
Right.
But then you do gain confidence off of finally seeing it happen. A triple like that definitely is something that I think that should start to calm some people down about what he's doing. He's going to be fine.
Now, I wanted to gauge y'all's thoughts on this offensive start because
I like it.
Sure. I looked into the first 5 games of the last several seasons, and I was like, oh, man, we're rocking and rolling. This is usually the way the Rangers start the season, except for last year when they scored 16 runs in the first 5 games. This year, they've scored 29. And then
That's more.
It is. Much more. But then you go back to 2023 and 2024. They scored 31 runs in the first 5 games in both of those seasons. So the last 3 of the last 4 years, this has been how they've started offensively. But this feels like a huge confidence builder for this team, and maybe just as important or almost as important, the fan base. It feels like the fan base needed to see big numbers getting put on the board to help prop people up for the season.
Yeah, don't get ahead of yourself, fans.
For sure.
Be excited in this moment, for sure, based on what's happened. Let's see what they do when they get home, because you talk with Skip, and what's Skip talking about? He's like, look, when you're on the road, I love being on the road for things like this, because it's an opportunity to be in smaller groups than you were in Surprise. It's an opportunity to be with these guys that you're going to talk baseball, and you're chatting about what you've done in your history, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, Andrew McCutcheon's giving you some swing tips, and those things are good, but then you get back home, and what happens? Everybody goes home.
Yeah.
They go to their houses. Now they get that opportunity to rest and be in their home and everything, but they're not as together. So those kind of things, they're not going out to dinner and stuff like that and having those moments. So like I said, be excited in this moment. Let's see how this home stretch goes. If they keep doing this during the home stretch, baby, we got something special here. And Kevin, we've already discussed the pitching wise. We have a lot of confidence there that it's going to be around for you to put you in position to have games like last night. If you can just keep the bullpen from teetering in the 9th inning.
I mean, look, and that is a fair point. And the bullpen had actually been doing really well to start the season. Now, luckily, it seems like when they have their little slip-ups, it's when you have the game pretty well in hand, with the exception of if there's an error combined in there, and then maybe not so much.
Do you feel like, because we know, and maybe we talk about this a lot, we see all the warts. Because we know them, Is it bad that I feel like we're trick effing them every time we throw somebody out there for the bullpen?
No, I don't think so, because wasn't that always going to have to be the way?
Yeah.
You know,
gotta go trick eff them.
Yeah, like I would love to tell you that this is how it's going to be for the rest of the season with our bullpen, and there's going to be a hiccup every once in a while, but you're really just going to dominate and have a sub-1 ERA. I would love to tell you that, but that does not feel based in reality. The other thing
We'll
I
ride
love...
this as long as we can right now, for sure.
Yeah, trick F or not, as long as it works, keep going. So the one thing I will say is you'd love for them to get another win today, of course, and go into the home opener on Friday, which, remember, we will be live at Globe Life Field on Friday doing our show to get everybody ready for the home opener. You'd love to get another win today and roll into that 5-1. I think we all agree with that. But you have already won another series. And so you've won your first 2 series, and you've done so on the road, which is something that the Rangers struggled mightily on the road last year.
Going to have to dip into a different part of the bullpen today. You'd love to see Evo go out there and give a 7, maybe a 9.5.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know how realistic that is early, but if anybody was going to do it, this is
he
the
did
guy.
Last year.
Yeah, that's
in Cincinnati.
True. That's true.
He was like, guys, I got you. Don't worry about it.
This is the guy.
But again, those kinds of things are what lead to that midseason. Hey, I need a little bit of a break because something's just not right.
Right.
But Kevin, Andrew McCutcheon just saw this number. I did not know this. 6 for 12 with 3 home runs in his career against Trevor Rogers. So does your underdog play change a little bit?
I mean, those are some pretty sweet odds. If you want to tag a home run in there for him, you could get some really nice odds for that. So I'm excited about that. Another thing that I'm excited about, and you can see it across the board, like, obviously Danny Jansen, 3-run home run. Nimmo, that is something we can talk about more as the show goes along, but he has 4 straight multi-hit games. That's the longest run of multi-hit games consecutively in his career, so that's pretty awesome. But the hard hit rate, and so just because you hit the ball hard doesn't mean it's always going to go your way.
Right.
But you've heard about, productive at bats or like getting a good barrel on the ball, and it seems like it's a positive sign. It will probably move you in the right direction. The Rangers lead Major League Baseball through just 5 games. They have hard hits 49% of the time. That is followed by the Red Sox, Cubs, Cardinals, and Twins, and the Twins are only 44% of the time. So I realize these sample sizes can change really quickly with a limited number of games, but not only have you been scoring a lot of runs, you've been hitting the ball hard, so it doesn't feel like, to your bullpen analogy, necessarily like you're trick effing them or anything like that. And after the Corey Seager home run yesterday, the Rangers have now scored at least 8 runs twice in their first 5 games. Last year, do you know how many games into the season we were before the Rangers scored at least 8 runs in 2 games?
23?
30.
Yeah.
And the number you gave is really high.
Significant number.
Yeah, and it was 30 games, and now you've done it in the top 5. And I think we all share the same hope, right? If you can keep this up, well, then it's super encouraging because I think we all are pretty optimistic, as you said, about the starting pitching.
Yeah, and somebody texted in and says, what feels different is how from top to bottom there's a potential for anybody to shine. Previous years didn't always feel that way, left-handed or right-handed pitching. And Evan Carter's not in the lineup today. The left-hander on the mound.
Sure.
They're going to approach this way until they feel comfortable in a certain way, but they feel like they have the depth to be able to do this in this manner. But Kevin, we talked about the first 4 in this lineup a lot going into the season. I kept asking everybody we could. I was like, hey, what do you feel about this first 4? Because Nimmo has turned into the leadoff hitter you deserve.
Right.
We've discussed that. Langford, I feel comfortable will come along. Yeah, especially the better that Nimmo does and the better that Seager does, the better it's going to be for Wyatt Langford in there. And then Berger having this hot start. That, you're right. That group that you anticipated, you expected, it's not just one dude. It's a quad. of guys that are able to put the ball in play and drive each other in, and they hit the ball damn hard all the time.
Speaking of the Rangers, I know normally we do this a little bit later in the show, but we have limited time today, so
let's give something away.
877-881-1053, caller number 10 will win a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rangers play Seattle at Globe Life Field on Monday. These tickets are courtesy of the Texas Rangers. You can buy tickets at TexasRangers.com, or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053.
One other thing I wanted to add, Kevin, somebody texted in who is going to start Friday. You and I are having what's kind of a chaos moment. Kevin is emotionally attached to Jacob Latz.
It's going to be Jacob
I am
Latz.
logically thinking it's going to be Gore because of the way things line up. Don't act like that now, Kevin. I'm just joking.
No, you're right. When you say logically,
this is a weird twist.
Gore makes a lot of sense, but you didn't start because it was going to be Evo, but you're starting Evo today because you're not going to use Rocker, because Rocker has essentially been the replacement in the bullpen with Latz there. So I know the argument is you could go with Gore and he'll be on his regular rest, and if you go with Latz, aren't we going to have to do this entire exercise all over again with Rocker being necessary in the bullpen? And you're probably onto something, and that's probably a fair point. But I will stick with Jacob Latz, even though the odds are against me.
Hey,
it probably will be Mackenzie Gore.
And look, we love Jacob Latz. Like we as a show really do love Latz. He was a great interview for one, very introspective and all that. But he also pitches well, especially when called upon. So maybe this was their plan all along. In order to not hurt Rocker's feelings, they were like, we're just going to do this. Hey, Jacob, we're going to need this. I don't know. I have no clue how it's going, but we'll see how it goes. We think Gore is the likely candidate on Friday.
Do you want to do a Stars and Mavs super segment sprint, or hear my surprising opinion about Tiger Woods?
Actually, if it's surprising,
I
would like to hear it.
I'm not a Tiger Woods fan whatsoever. But I saw somebody text this in. After that Sports Minute, and I think that was after Crosstalk, y'all should talk about it. That person admires Tiger for stepping away, and that means he is taking it seriously. What a joke. He should have taken it seriously years ago. I think the back part of that can be true, but I also appreciate that Tiger Woods is stepping away to get treatment. Because what is one of the things we talk about all the time in this show? And I struggle with it all the time in terms of like weight stuff, and that's why I appreciate Souza very much. Every day is a new opportunity to turn things around. And I agree, he should have taken this more seriously a long time ago. But if today, or I guess yesterday, he said, I'm going to take it seriously, I'm going to go get treatment instead of worrying about the Masters or whatever else, I appreciate that. And I think that's a good thing. And I understand why that person is mad, but I think if you're trying to do something to better yourself, I think that's a good thing.
I agree with you. I'm always skeptical whenever you see a history pattern.
Yeah, that's fair.
Of something like this. Tigers don't always change their stripes kind of situation.
Oh.
But I agree with you if you're trying to. Now, how long will that change?
Yeah.
How long will you stick to that commitment? Or you always go back? That's the thing that's very difficult for people to trust.
For sure.
And as far as the limelight and everything, I know the world wants Tiger in the public eye.
Sure.
The golf world wants him in the public eye. The media wants him in the public eye. Sometimes it's too much for Tiger. Like, it just really is.
Yeah.
And that's where his turn to some of these other things probably comes from. He probably should just say, I've had a good run, and I'll occasionally make appearances, but that's about it, y'all.
And for people in their life who have had loved ones who have mentally, physically, whatever else abused them because of addiction, I mean, I've talked about it quite a bit. My dad was an alcoholic. It ruined his life. It ruined our relationship. I understand how you take that more personally. I do too. And I'm probably too naive about it sometimes, where I take a lot of people at times in my life at face value.
Yes, you do.
And so I take this
which I think is a great quality.
Sure. I take this at face value that he's like, man, this really is the time, and I hope it sticks. And I think we should all hope it sticks, right? Like, we should all be rooting for people to make themselves better and be less dangerous to the rest of society.
In every instance, we should hope that that's going to be the case.
Yes, absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we try to cram multiple segments into the next segment with baseball nuggets and gridiron gravy. Next, right here on The Fan.
For truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's a ball that's hit softly up the middle. Diving for it. Henderson can't get it. Nimmo sends one out into shallow center. That scores Carter from third. And the Rangers regain the lead here at 4-3. RBI single for Nimmo, his second knock tonight.
In your first place, Texas Rangers would win that game. They are now 4-1, out to their best start since 2012. And I know people want us to combine these segments for baseball nuggets and gravy. Now, I do have two different sponsors, so I might not be able to do that. So let's start with nuggets, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. And we start with the important question of the day that Corey posed. Is Shohei good? Now, Shohei gave up one whole hit over 6 innings pitching yesterday. Remember, we told you everyone in that organization says he really wants to win the Cy Young. He has now gone 22 2/3 innings pitched in the regular season since he last gave up a run.
Jeez Louise, dude.
So there's that. On the opposite side, there's Bo Bichette. Bo Bichette, remember, he was like, I'm surprised it took him so long to boo. Me too. So far, as a Met, Bo Bichette is 2 for 22 with 8 strikeouts.
Should he go to the plate and just start giving a thumbs down as when he walks up? And just let the Mets fans know, I'm not talking about y'all. I'm talking about boo this guy. Boo me.
Oh, yeah.
Just thumbs down immediately. And maybe that'll lighten it up a little bit.
Because they'll think he's talking to them.
Oh, yeah. But he needs to let them know immediately. I'm talking about me.
Okay.
Boo. And then they'll be like, gosh, you know what? That guy's got a sense of humor. And then he crushes one.
That's a good question. All right, now let's talk about the polarizing teams of 2026. This was something that ESPN put out in terms of the biggest gap in the high-low power rankings.
Okay.
Boston Red Sox, high of 3, low of 13. Milwaukee Brewers, high of 5, low of 16. The Houston Astros, high of 9, low of 19. The Cincinnati Reds, high of 13, low of 24. And the Pittsburgh Pirates, high of 13, also a low of 24, which is pure foolishness. The Pirates are going to be just fine, even though they have started out the season 2-3. But guess what? Today's a Wednesday, and Paul Skeens is pitching. Don't worry about what happened in that first game. Usually when Paul Skeens pitches, they win, and the Pirates were incredible on Wednesdays last year.
But that was last year, Kevin.
That's true.
This year's a new year. You just told me earlier, every day is a new day.
That's true. Yes, it is. And Paul Skeens has an ERA above 67. I believe it's 67.5.
Is that higher than Kyle Gibson's was?
No, Kyle Gibson's was twice that high. It was 135.
I love Kyle Gibson. He had so much fun with that whole bit that I wanted to bring it back up.
You knew Kyle Gibson was going to fit in when he goes, but I also had the biggest drop in ERA in the history of Major League Baseball, I was told. And we found out he dropped his ERA 127.89 points.
He still got paid that week, too.
He did. That was the biggest thing. So let's talk about the New York Yankees. The New York Yankees are off to a historical pace as well. By the way, the Blue Jays, Yankees, the Marlins, the Brewers, and the Dodgers are all tied with the Texas Rangers for the best record in all of baseball.
Well, good for them.
Hell yeah.
Chasing the Rangers.
Yeah, exactly. But here's the reason they've started out so incredibly. In their first 5 games, they've given up 3 runs.
Okay.
Total. That is tied with the 1943 Cardinals for the fewest given up by a team in their first 5 games.
It feels like there's a lot of pressure to be able to match that, right?
It does.
You know that they're good. You know you have to deal with their pitching, and then you have to try and match that. That's not fun.
Okay. Well, to be fair, it's really ironic and kind of fun about all of this. That St. Louis Cardinals team, they went to the World Series where they lost to the Yankees.
Oh, wow.
So, does that mean it's revenge this year and the Cardinals will get theirs back? I don't know about that. Let's talk about how much money MLB, the Players Association, has saved up. In case there is a lockout or a work stoppage, which we all think there will be, How much money do you think the Players Association has saved up to perhaps help their players keep the line?
$1,300.
That would be low. That would be great for a person.
Mm-hmm.
But they have $415 million saved up.
And how many baseball players? Let's just assume 53-man rosters.
That is too high.
Right.
So wouldn't you say 780
for 4? That's a lot of money. What about these minor leaguers? Are they going to be paid?
And that is a good point. That you have to factor that in as well. So part of what a lot of baseball players did was they held off on taking their licensing checks in 2024 because there's like a group licensing check, and they held on to that. The players agreed so those funds could be delivered in case there was a lockout, because we've known this was probably coming for a while.
This is why Mike Bassick said that the players' union is the strongest on the planet.
They're smart.
They thought ahead this way, and instead of saying, hey, guys, I need that money, they said, we're going to save it for a rainy day.
Yeah.
And we're all together on this because we understand what we have to sacrifice in order to get what we want.
Right.
And sometimes you have to sacrifice a little bit to for the people that you love.
Yeah. Look, I think you are. I think you're definitely right about that. Now, I want to talk real quick about the San Francisco Giants. They are 2-3 to start the season, but history says they are already done.
What?
Done. So the Giants
this is weird.
became only the 10th team in Major League Baseball history to start the season 0-3 while not scoring more than one run.
Dude, it was against the team that's only given up 3 runs this year.
You're right. Funny how that works together. But I can't control the factors. I can just tell you the history.
Okay.
All right? Because if you don't know the history, you're doomed to repeat it.
So the history is
they're done.
The Giants are done, and the Yankees are going to lose the World Series to the Cardinals.
Correct.
So we need to keep track.
Try
of this.
to act surprised as these things play out, Alec. Just to be like, oh wow, I can't believe it. So for the previous 9 teams that started this way, 6 of them finished the season below 500. 1 of them finished the season at 500. 2 of them finished above 500, but neither one of those teams made the playoffs, which means the last 9 times this has happened, none of those teams made the playoffs. So San Francisco Giants, per, ticket rules and everything, you should probably keep playing, but you should know that your season is over.
If they didn't play,
I feel like that'd be problematic.
Season tickets, do they just keep the money? Or?
I feel like you'd have to give that money back.
Probably so.
There'd be an amazing lawsuit and everything like that.
I'm putting this on the wall of takes, even though it's not a take.
Okay.
That's
history's take.
Yeah, you're saying this is history's take.
Now, it's time. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. I told you, you're going to cram multiple segments into every segment to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
So there is an article talking about the best fits for the top teams in the draft. And I know we've talked a lot about Jermod McCoy, but what I thought was really interesting is ESPN said that they believe the best player fit for the Cowboys is Colton Hood. And I wanted to talk some more about Colton Hood because we end up getting stuck on McCoy so much. But Colton Hood, going back as somebody that y'all broke down, what do you think about Colton Hood?
I liked him a lot. Let me look at my notes real quick because then I can establish exactly what I felt about him. But I felt like he was very sticky. We use that term a lot, and that means whenever a wide receiver moves, he moves with him. And I felt like he had cover speed very strong up top. That's very important because he does a very good job at the line in press coverage. So he's one of those guys that I liked. And then as I watched some other cornerbacks, I was like, I kind of like them more. And so that made me that kind of helped me make my decision on where I felt he landed. But he's the kind of player that I liked.
Now, let's go from that to there are going to be 3 Christmas games this year. As we speculated yesterday, there would be at least 2, possibly 3. Netflix will get 2 games on Christmas, as has been the MO, and then Fox will have the other one. So we're going to get 3 football games on Christmas Day. Now, let's go to Sean Payton. In addition to making a fascinating comparison to flag football to the Wet Bandits from Home Alone, remember, go back and watch Home Alone. That old man neighbor, he's Jesus. So, Sean Payton was talking about, check it out. Sean Payton was talking about NFL players being in the Olympics for flag football. He said, I think when it was first announced, there was this feeling that there would be like 10 NFL players on this roster. I'll be surprised if there's 1. I think we have plenty of players that can acclimate, but it's going to take like a month or 2. So are you going to take the month or 2 necessary to make it happen? Or if you're the United States, are you just looking at the totality of it all and you're like, why would I not just stick with that team that was really awesome already?
Yeah, I'd just stick with the team that's really awesome already.
Exactly.
Doesn't make any sense to the other side of it.
Exactly. Jerry Jones spoke about a plethora of things, but I want to focus in on one specific thing that he said. Do you get the sense that Jerry Jones is for or against an 18th game?
He's very for.
He is very for.
I think he's for a 24 season game or for 24 game league. He'd take 30 if he could. He just loves football that much, Kevin.
I think he loves money that much, but I appreciate what you're saying. Jerry Jones said, and I love the way he said this, my interpretation of the 18th game would be less preseason games. I like that. I think that's great for the players. Emphasize great for the players. How so? It increases the viability of the financial aspect, more gate and more money for the players as well. So,
do they not share any of the gate from the preseason games with the players?
I mean, and I would just assume the gate would be higher for regular season games. I want to know more about why fewer preseason games is great for the players, since we've moved away so much, especially with the Cowboys, from playing your starters in those games.
And you're already doing less practice. So just the quality of the game is going to take a dip for a period of time in those first 4 games at least.
Yeah.
And then by that time you might have injuries that have built up because you didn't even do the right things. So I see what he's saying. He's like, I don't even care. Just put the product out there, let the fans have it.
See, but he's a man of the players, Corey. I think it's a better application of their careers and talent. Less preseason, more playing in games that have the right balance of the financial rewards as well as exposure. I like that he added on. NFL players really hurting for exposure nowadays, but I like it. He's just trying to help the players make more money. How
much more?
Maybe he'll make a little bit more.
By what percentage will they make more, and by what percentage will he make more?
They'll make 4 to 5% more.
And him?
15% more.
Big number.
Yeah.
I mean, essentially, you're looking for a 14% profit in most situations. Like, that's what you're trying to get. So 15 there would be great for him.
Yeah, and then for the ownership, like, you don't really have to do anything too much extra besides some logistical work, whereas the players, wouldn't you make the argument, and I know Jerry Jones will not share this sentiment, but I would make the argument if you are adding, essentially, over the last several years, 2 games to every single season, then isn't that eventually going to cut your career a year short every 8 years?
Yep. That's why I've been very adamant. If you want to do that, the players are going to do one of 2 things. They're going to say, this sounds great, we're getting more money, and they're just going to agree to it, or they're going to fight for more roster spots for other players, or those are the 2 things that you need to fight for more roster spots. That being said, you do that, you could lose your job.
There has been a little bit of a buzz that if Aaron Rodgers does come back, perhaps the Broncos would try to get in on that discussion as well, which I think is really weird. I would not quite see the logic in that. And then let's talk about Ohio State. There's a possibility
the Ohio State.
There's a possibility that Ohio State could have 4 players taken in the top 10.
Name them.
If that is the case, you name them.
Okay. Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles, Arvell Reese, and Carnell Tate.
Correct. If that happens, It will be the first school since Michigan State in 1967 to have 4 players go in the top 10.
I hope that
doesn't happen. Exactly.
I would like to see the Cowboys take Downs or Styles at 12, but hey, Jermod McCoy, the hype yesterday, Kevin. The hype train is hot right now.
Oh, you're right. You are right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's try to do a Mavs and Stars super segment while also getting your Rangers Orioles preview and prediction for today. All of it next right here on The Fan. Come.
The 1-1. Swing and a drive, well hit ball deep out into left center field. Ward going back on this one. He looks up and it's gone. Danny Jansen with his first home run as a Texas Ranger. It is a 3-run blast. Texas now on top 7-3.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, leading you in to the series finale between the Rangers and the Orioles. But real quick, let's try a Stars and Mavs mini super segment. All right, we will start with the Dallas Stars, who it wasn't good. But it wasn't as bad as it looked against Boston. They lost 6-3. 2 of those were empty net goals, but still Ottinger and the defense were mid. And quite frankly, I didn't think the offense was terribly impressive either. They gave Boston's goalie almost the night off with lack of chances and lack of quality chances. So it was just an all across the board, pretty underwhelming effort from the Stars, I thought.
At the moment, Kevin, can you kind of help me confirm this? You've clinched a playoff spot.
You're set.
And you're pretty much, there's not a lot of room for movement in the playoffs, correct?
It would be, you're going to play, barring a crazy change of events, you're going to play Minnesota, and the biggest thing has just been staving off Minnesota for home ice, and you're 6 points up on them, though they do have a game in hand. With the way you're playing, who knows? But Minnesota's not playing that great either. But you've kind of thrown away your opportunity to catch Colorado, which could be good because of the President's Cup curse. But you're going to play Minnesota, and it looks like you're probably going to hopefully have home ice.
I've been very adamant about this whole thing regarding whether or not I want the President's Cup. I don't want to get it if I have to wear myself out to do it. Well, right now,
yeah, I agree.
Because the Stars, I don't want to see them limp into the playoffs. This right now looks like a limp. And actually, it looks like very wounded. And obviously, there's still some injuries. There's some forwards that you'd like to have on this roster right now because that does take an effect on your play. It affects your depth. It affects everything. So I would like to see them be healthy. But more than anything else, you got 7 left here?
That is correct.
I want to see a ramp. I'd love to see a ramp of, all right, guys, let's turn it up 1 degree, as Brian Ray's told us.
Sure.
As Robert Tiffin has told us, let's turn it up 1 degree on our way to the playoffs, and then let's turn it full blast when we get there.
I don't know if this is going to encourage anybody, but a couple of milestones for the Stars going back to the last game is you had with Robertson hitting the mark as well, Robertson and Johnston, the first pair of 40 goal scorers in team history for the Stars, and then the only team to be at that mark thus far this season. And Ottinger,
nice.
Obviously not last night, but he reached 30 wins for a 5th straight year. That is the second longest in franchise history, behind only Marty Turco.
Good for him.
Yeah, now.
You think Marty's like, he'll never catch me?
I don't know if Marty cares about that, but we could probably ask him.
I'll text Marty.
Maybe he does care about that. Now, for the Mavericks. A lot of news came out yesterday about Jason Kidd, and he said, get over it. Actually, here's his real quote. When are we going to move on? We have to move forward. We're focused on the present and the future, and we've got an incredible opportunity to build. Doesn't sound like he's too concerned about what people think.
No, he's not. But that is a man with job security.
Yeah, you probably don't get to that level by caring what everybody else thinks anyway.
Oh, for sure. But he also understands the ears that he has, the people's ears that he has inside that franchise. I did see Kevin from Steinline that the rumors of him moving into the Mavericks front office are not true.
Okay.
That's what I'm seeing from Stein. But the word around the league is that the Mavs want Jason Kidd to be Cooper Flagg's coach.
Makes sense.
They want him to grow this guy into success and help be part of what builds around Cooper Flagg along the way. Now, here's the decision that Mavs fans kind of have to make, right? After hearing the news that they heard yesterday from Mark Cuban and seeing, what Jason Kidd said about it's time to move on, do they say, yeah, we agree? Or do they say, no, screw that, we have thoughts, and go after it the way they did Nico? I don't think they do the same thing they did with Nico.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I'm sure there'll be some people, we saw it in our social media mentions, that people should start chanting Fire Kid. I think the fact that he won you a title, or was part of the group, obviously, that won a title will get him some grace from fans. And then who is the name that Stein brought up as the
Bob Myers?
Bob Myers, because Chris Mannix had reported that they'd be shooting for the moon and trying to pick up the Mavs, that is Sam Presti or Brad Stevens, as their GM. Bob Myers, a name to keep a lookout on. So there's 3 right there.
I'll say this. I think Jason Kidd has played the Game of Thrones very well.
Ooh, it does feel like that. By the way, of course, the Mavericks got dusted again yesterday. In the last 2 games, 2 days, they've played 2 games and lost by a combined 54 points. In their last 19 games, they are 3-16. So this god-awful season is almost at an end. Only 6 more games. Another tough shooting night for Cooper Flagg. And so, hey, if they are organically tanking, they're doing a great job of it.
No one's dying.
I mean, that's true. Now we move back to the Texas Rangers. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. If you want to give a prediction for today, I'm glad to hear it. But also, we can talk about some of the more positive things that have played out for the Rangers thus far.
Yeah, let's talk about those positive things.
All right. So last night, and I realize people are probably concerned about Chris Martin. I saw somebody text in earlier and said, I never want to see Chris Martin in the game with the game on the line once again. But going into that game yesterday, the Rangers bullpen had an ERA of 0.56, which was the best in Major League Baseball. And Tyler Alexander had 1 whole save prior to this season, and now he already has 2 this year. So there are some positive signs with the bullpen, even though I realize they have not been perfect.
It's a group effort. And everybody in that bullpen has to be ready on a nightly basis to pull their weight, even if they have to be stretched just a little bit further than they like to be. But they all have to be ready to pull their weight.
And you got a clean Garcia inning.
Yeah.
So there's that.
That's a promise.
Now, on the hitting side, I thought this was tremendous. We've talked about the production of Brandon Nimmo, but Skip Schumacher said this about Nimmo the other day. He prepares as well as anybody I've been around, and his trust in the process is as good as anybody I've been around. He's a really good teammate. And so Evan Carter backed that up. He said in the hitters meeting, Nimmo, who had a lot of at-bats against Luzardo, mentioned his intended approach to the pitcher. And then he was like, and if he comes up with a runner at first, and he started giving all this information, and then he stopped and was like, okay, that might be too much information. So I'm just going to cut to the chase. And so he realized, like, paralysis by analysis or information overload. And Evan Carter was like, it was really cool to watch him. That home run, he literally laid out the situation in our hitters meeting, like runner on first, and it happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really cool. So obviously an impressionable younger player in Evan Carter. He has already early on been impacted by Nimmo, and that's not even factoring in what Nimmo's done on the actual field.
Yeah, and I know Evan Carter's number doesn't look good right now, but I feel like what we're seeing out of him is better. Like the last few games, he looks a little more comfortable, in my opinion. Got a couple walks, got a couple hits. That's a positive thing. I think having Nimmo in the lineup, in those meetings, around, showing him the way. Just like we talked about when you have a lefty pitcher that throws a great game and you got a lefty following him, the next thing you know, hey, he's doing the exact same thing. It's kind of by design.
Yeah.
And so hopefully that's the design they have with Evan Carter and Nimmo.
So we do have some predictions. I'll alter one of them. Rocker goes 4 scoreless innings and gets pulled in the 5th. So it's going to be Evaldi. So we'll just say Evaldi goes 4 scoreless innings and then keeps rocking after that. From the 817, 6-2, Rangers win and sweep. Josh Smith homers in the 5th. Wyatt Langford hits a 2-run bomb and the Rangers win. And then, of course, from the 469, you can still go 161-1, baby.
Let's go!
It's possible. Coming up next, Rangers, Orioles. You got the pregame starting at 11, first pitch at 11:35. We'll be back tomorrow, full show. And then remember, Friday we'll be at the ballpark for the home opener. Both of them 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You are being masterpieced, and we